Good morning, Commissioners. This is the public hearing of 12/8/2015. Chair Srinivasan. Here. Commissioner Barron. Here. Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have an item proposed for designation, the proposed Bedford Historic District in Brooklyn. It's LP 2514. Michael Karatzis presenting.
Commissioners, today we are proposing for designation the Bedford Historic District, which is located in Brooklyn's Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood and extends from Monroe Street on the north to Macon Street and Verona Place on the south, and from just east of Bedford Avenue eastward to Tompkins Avenue. Since 2008, we have been working closely with community advocates and elected officials, and this proposed designation follows the designation of 3 historic districts in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Allison Agate Courts, designated in 2009, and the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, designated in 2013. The original Stuyvesant Heights Historic District was designated in 1971. The LPC held 3 community meetings about Bedford-Stuyvesant in 2011 and 2012, including one specifically about this district, and heard the district in 2013. The proposed district is a remarkably well-preserved section of Bedford-Stuyvesant containing more than 800 buildings representing the wealth of architectural styles that flourished in Brooklyn during the late 19th century. Constructed almost entirely between 1870 and 1900, the district exemplifies the rapid development of row house design in central Brooklyn during this period, ranging from modest vernacular houses to lavish row houses that rank among Brooklyn's most impressive residences. Together, these houses create some of the borough's most distinctive and intact 19th century streetscapes. Following the settlement of African American and Caribbean American families in the district, starting in the 19-teens, the district evolved, along with the broader Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, into a major residential district for Black families. Typical of Brooklyn row house districts, the proposed district developed tentatively on available land close to existing transit lines near and within the district's northern portion. Development then spread throughout the proposed district as other large parcels were mapped and subdivided and additional transit lines opened. As shown on this map, the earliest development occurred between 1870 and 1877 in the northern portion of the district. This next map shows the brief transitional period of 1878 to 1879, in which development continued in the northern portion of the district, but was just beginning to occur on the former Lefferts farm to the south, which had recently been mapped and sold off. From that point, the neighborhood's development was much more rapid, extending to Verona Place and throughout the district in the early 1880s, and more extensively in the mid-1880s and late 1880s. By the early 1890s, nearly all of the district's row houses had been completed. As shown on this map, after flats buildings began to be constructed within the proposed district, development cycled back to its northern portion, which contains about half of its flats buildings. The proposed district's earliest row houses were vernacular, Italianate, and Neo-Greek-style dwellings constructed in its northern portion. These included a very early row of wood-framed Italianate houses. By the mid-1870s, the Italianate style was being supplanted in the district by the Neo-Greek. The Neo-Greek would remain popular through the 1880s, accounting for about half of the district's row houses. Many variations of the Neo-Greek style appeared within the district during this period, including 4 intricately ornamented rows built on the north side of Jefferson Avenue between 1886 and 1889, one of which includes the house at 209 Jefferson Avenue. A number of styles came into fashion in the 1880s, and houses in these various styles were built contemporaneously during that decade and into the 1890s. These included the Queen Anne style, which was intended to evoke English domestic architecture of the late medieval period, the picturesque Romanesque Revival style, distinguished by its fortress-like, rough-faced stone facades, carved medieval-inspired detailing, and prominent round-arched openings, and the Renaissance Revival style, a classical style that took its inspiration from the residential architecture of the Italian Renaissance. Many architects combined these latter two styles, as is shown most strikingly in the house at 237 Hancock Street. Flats buildings began to be constructed within the proposed district in the 1880s and include three by the celebrated Brooklyn architect Montrose W. Morris. Although the proposed district is almost entirely residential, it includes two schools that played a major role in the city's educational history: Girls High School and Boys High School, both designated New York City landmarks. Many of the proposed district's buildings were designed by prominent late 19th century architects, including Parfit Brothers, George P. Chappelle, Rudolph L. Douse, and Hines and Lafarge. The proposed district is unique for its exceptionally intact and concentrated collection of houses by Montrose W. Morris, considered one of Brooklyn's greatest architects of the era. The proposed district's architectural development was largely complete by the early 20th century, but significant changes continued to occur there, most notably its development as part of the larger Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood into a major residential district for African American and Caribbean American families. African American churches followed black residents to Bedford, including the Siloam Presbyterian Church in 1944. Siloam's pastor, the Reverend Milton A. Galamison, continued the church's tradition of social and civil rights activism, becoming a prominent figure in the effort to integrate the city's schools. Since World War II, Bedford residents have worked to preserve the neighborhood's historic houses and streetscapes by participating in the brownstoning movement and through the work of block associations, which were active in Bedford by the 1940s. The Landmarks Preservation Commission heard the proposed Bedford Historic District on January 15, 2013. At that hearing, 36 people testified, 30 in favor of the proposed district, including 17 residents, Councilmember Van, Borough President Markowitz, and representatives of Community Board 3, the Victorian Society, Society for the Architecture of the City, Historic Districts Council, and New York Landmarks Conservancy. 3 people questioned the process as to whether there was enough community notification, including the Reverend Johnny Ray Youngblood, a representative of the NAACP, and 1 resident of the proposed district, and 3 people testified against designation, including 1 resident. The Landmarks Preservation Commission received 355 form letters and emails in support of the proposed district, and 220 form letters stating that the sender wanted more information about the designation process. After the 2013 public hearing, questions were raised regarding the proposed boundaries and the inclusion of the northernmost parts of the proposed district, specifically the south side of Monroe Street and both sides of Madison Street and Putnam Avenue. After carefully analyzing these streets for architectural integrity and for their historical relationship to the rest of the district, we recommend that these streets, which contain many of the district's earliest houses and maintain high architectural integrity, be included in the proposed district because they play an important role in conveying the full development history of the proposed district and contribute to its significance as a well-preserved area, exemplifying the rapid development of row house design in central Brooklyn during the late 19th century. The northern section of the proposed district is also significant for its role in the development of Bedford's African American community. As shown on this map, many of the proposed district's very earliest black homeowners and tenants resided by 1920 along Putnam Avenue. In 1930, the vast majority of the proposed district's black residents continued to reside in the northern portion of the district, especially along both sides of Putnam Avenue. This early residency of African Americans within the northern section of the proposed district foreshadowed its later development and the broader development of Greater Bedford-Stuyvesant into one of the country's largest and most prominent African American neighborhoods.
Thank you, Michael, for a very informative and thorough as well as succinct presentation. Commissioners have any questions for Michael? Okay, then I think we can go towards vote, but any of the commissioners want to say something? Yes, Fred.
I think like so many other districts that we see, when we see it, we say, how could this not already be a landmark district? And so, and I mean, look at the quality of the housing stock, the significance of the streetscape, and the overall coherence of this as a district. It's really a museum of late 19th century architecture in New York, and so much of it is so intact. I think it's just, it's a marvelous new addition, and it really is sort of hard to believe that it took this long. But, you know, these things are never always that easy, and not always so easy to understand, perhaps. And there was opposition, as we heard. Having lived myself in a historic district for 43 years, I hope that the people who live in this, I hope soon-to-be district, will come to realize the value and in all ways of that word of living in a historic district. So, and I wanted to commend the staff too for an extraordinarily good job of research, really good job of research and patience in keeping this thing alive and getting to this political moment when this is possible.
Thank you, Fred. Yes, John.
I think the most telling page of that presentation is the one that shows you the outline of the district and the age, the vintage of the buildings, and if you were to count up the hundreds of buildings that came from a very, very narrow period of time, and then counted the less than 20 buildings that didn't. I mean, you walk around this district, it clearly is the definition of why we are doing what we're doing. There's often debate about the quality of the buildings that are amidst the districts. This one has its purity. My only regret is that there used to be a wonderful little bar about a block and a half away called Larry's Liquid Love. which is no longer there and sadly is permanently closed. But in any event, this is a wonderful thing.
Any other comments? I just want to also echo my fellow commissioners. I think this neighborhood is just very rich in its history, and it does have a very unique development pattern. In those very short, I think, a couple of decades, the area did start developing and then filled out, and I think that map was very telling. The sort of demographics and social cultural history of the early 20th century allowed this area to be occupied by the African American and Black community, and I think, as Michael noted, it is one of the largest and most prominent neighborhoods in reflecting this community in the nation. So I think that cultural layer is equally important, as well as its architectural merits. The agency has, over the years, worked very closely with the community, and I see some of the members here, and I want to thank them all for being very active in this, what I think is a very successful collaborative process. So I want to thank everyone who's here. I think the boundaries that were drawn for this district were very carefully thought out, and it did capture representative blocks that are very, very intact. I think, as you noted, if you go down those streets, there's one building after another. There's very, very little significant alterations and practically no vacancy. And I think it's just a remarkable collection of buildings and streets where, when you're in there and experiencing it, as Fred said, it's obviously a historic district. So I think that this particular historic district can make all of us very proud as we move towards designating it. I would like to thank the research staff. All of them is a big team of people. I see many of them here work towards that. Lisa Kasavage and Mary Beth Betts. But I do want to say a special thanks to Michael Karatzis. He's the project manager, and I think his research skills and his passion has truly assisted advancing this to bring this historic district to fruition. So he gets, I think from me, a very, very special nod. The designation of this district, I think, reflects our commitment to recognizing New York's multi-layered history, the significance of all the 5 boroughs, celebrates our diversity, and again recognizes that all these communities tell the story of New York. So with that, I'm very pleased to move forward towards designation. So I will read that into the record. I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission designate the Bedford Historic District, Borough of Brooklyn, as a New York City Historic District because it contains buildings and other improvements which have a special character and a special historical and aesthetic interest and value, and which represent one or more eras in the history of New York City, and which cause this area, by reason of these factors, to constitute a distinct section of the city. Further, this historic district is part of the development, heritage, and culture of the city, state, and nation, as set forth in the designation report for LP 2514, dated December 8, 2015. I further move that the district be designated with the boundaries as set forth in the Commission's designation report and shown on the attached map.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this historic district has been designated.
This is unbearable, the heat off of this thing.
That's why we commissioners. I used to sit next to the
I know, that's... Emily, do you need to read anything? Okay. Okay, Commissioners, good morning. The first application today is an app... Thank you. The first application today is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 176960. It's 926 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a modern-style brick apartment building built in 1945 to 47 and designed by Sylvan Bean. The application is to replace storefront infill. This was last presented on the November 24th hearing, and there was no action taken at that time.
Morning, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 926 Madison Avenue is located at the southwest corner of Madison Avenue and East 74th Street within the Upper East Side Historic District. The application is for the installation of new storefront infill consisting of continuous glazing within a painted steel frame. This was presented at the public hearing of November 24th, 2015, but no action was taken. The majority of the Commissioners present were in favor of approving the proposal as presented. However, with only 6 Commissioners present at that hearing, the decision was made to postpone voting on the proposal until there was a sufficient number of Commissioners to vote for its approval. Therefore, it is before you again today. I will now introduce and summarize the project for those Commissioners who were not there at the previous hearing, and as a recap for those who were. Please note, at the time of designation, there were different designs of storefront infill with continuous retractable awnings and a black sign band above. Various iterations of storefront infill and signage were installed at the building using both guidelines for the Madison Avenue storefront replacement in the 1990s. As can be seen here, this is the condition circa 1999. And then since then using the district master plan for Madison Avenue storefronts since that was issued in 2000. This master plan set varying limitations for the design of new storefront infill along Madison Avenue depending on the age and style of the building and as reflected by color coding. As seen here, this building was coated green, which allows for the use of any material to clad the storefront unless historic fabric is discovered, and for the use of almost any design for the new infill. However, it does require that the storefront opening be defined by the original and existing piers, lintels, cornice, sign band, or parapet, and that the storefront articulation maintain its modularity. In this case, the proposal will require the removal of all existing exterior piers at the affected storefront here, and therefore the proposal cannot be approved under the master plan and must be reviewed at the commission level. The proposal at the previous hearing, as noted, consisted of removing all of the existing infill at the northern 2/3 of the building here, and which includes this marble cladding at the piers, which is not historic and that was installed after designation, as well as the existing roll-down gates and awnings. The new infill will consist of continuous butt-jointed glazing set above a low painted steel base and with painted steel frame around the perimeter of the glazing. As the current tenant is still in the space, the applicant has not been able to conduct significant probes and therefore is not entirely sure of the interior structure, but is believed that structural support beams are located at these 3 locations. And the proposal includes the installation of 3 painted piers at the interior of the glazing at these 3 locations. As noted, there were only 6 commissioners at the previous public hearing, and without unanimity, the commission took no action. The proposal has not changed from that time. Jane Sykes, the architect, is here if you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay. All right, no questions. All right, comments? Are there any concerns? Okay. No concerns. We can move to decision. So it's the yellow one, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Fred, do you want to read that?
In the matter of 926 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District, this application is to replace storefront infill. I recommend approval, noting that the existing storefronts and marble piers between the openings are not historic, and their removal will not result in the damage or destruction of any historic significant architectural features. That the new modern storefront infill consisting of tall display windows framed by a low painted steel skirt at the base and painted steel framing at the top will be in keeping with modern storefront infill found elsewhere on Madison Avenue within the buildings of a similar age and style. That the black painted steel at the top of the storefront will recall the black sign band found above the historic storefront infill. That the use of continuous butt-jointed glass at the storefront display windows will emphasize the horizontality of the limestone band and the new black painted steel above the storefront infill, and will recall the strong horizontality of the base of the building as seen at the time of designation, and that the presence of painted columns at the interior of the storefront will be located only slightly behind the glazing and will recall the vertical divisions historically found at the storefronts at the building and at other buildings of similar age and style found elsewhere within the Upper East Side Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
The second item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 167541, 122 Pacific Street, located within the Cobble Hill Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style house built before 1833 and later altered. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and alter the rear facade.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation staff. The application before you is 122 Pacific Street between Clinton and Henry in the Cobble Hill Historic District. The proposal is to construct a rear yard addition and to alter the rear facade. The addition and rear facade will be visible through an empty lot at Amity Street. Please note that a certificate of appropriateness was issued in 2013 approving the restoration of the primary facade back to its original clapboard condition. Here to present the proposal is Richard Summerby, the project's architect.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Summerby. I am presenting to you the project at 122 Pacific Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District. The drawing on the left is a tax map from 1855. It shows 122 Pacific as that yellow building there, depicting that it is a wood structure. The yellow structure directly above it right there is also a wood building. The two were sister buildings built at the same time. And also on that slide, another thing to look at is they both have T porches on the rear, which is denoted by a dotted line at in the rear yard there. Not the red dotted line, but a black dotted line on the rear of the building. This is the front facade as it looks today on the right and as it was several years ago prior to the renovation. The building that you're seeing a piece of on the left in the before photo is the sister building, which currently has a brick facade on it that was added over the wood clapboards at a later date, probably the 1920s. But what you can see also from this picture is the 122 Pacific Street building that we're talking about today has an additional floor that was added in the 1860s with 2 dormers and a mansard roof. The sister building never had that 4th floor added to it. These are the rear facades. The picture on the left is the rear facade of 122 Pacific Street as it exists today. The picture on the right shows the sister building, which the sister building has a 3-story addition, at least partially going up on the 2nd and 3rd floor. You can see on the right there. Another thing to note in this photo is that the 122 Pacific has an interesting configuration on the 4th floor. This is the floor that the mansard roof and the dormers were added to. So when this addition was first done, it was an attic space in the rear, and it had these small windows that really come right up off the floor on the interior space. Later in the 1980s, that rear roof was raised and this row of windows was put in there. So you have a rather unusual and a little bit sloppy configuration of sort of the old windows and new windows mixed together as it exists today on that facade. This is the drawing of the building as it stands today on the left, and the proposed renovation and addition on the right. So starting from the top, we're adding several AC units. The existing, there's already existing dunnage and AC units on the roof right now. So we're just adding 2 more. They will be not visible from any public street, and they won't be any larger, and actually they'll be smaller than any of the existing equipment that was approved back in 2013. Coming down on the 4th floor, you can see what we've done is we've taken the odd configuration of the very low historic windows with this new configuration of the row, and raised these windows up to a more typical height on the interior space. Instead of being right at the floor, they're now 30 inches off the floor on the interior. The center window and the left and right window align with the original window openings that were on the rear facade of the building. And then we filled in 2 between them to make a row of windows up there. All the details on this facade will be similar to what we did on the front of the building. There'll be wood windows with divided lights, clapboard siding. Down at the foundation level, it'll be a brownstone stucco finish. So typical of what you see on additions that are of a historic nature in this district. This is just showing the scale of the addition in relation to the neighboring buildings. The new addition we're proposing, the existing addition that's on the building that we're removing is 6 feet. We're proposing a 12-foot addition, so coming out 6 more feet than the existing one. If you look at the eastern view here, this dotted line there is what the sister building's outline is to the east. So you can see our proposed addition is actually very similar to that and actually is set back. What we've done on the basement and the first 2 stories is a full width addition that's looking like a T-porch, and then this 3rd floor addition is set back a couple of feet just so to make it detract less from the lower floors. when you look to the buildings to the west, this is what you will see. It'll come out 3 feet farther than the existing building that's there now. And one thing to note on the building to the west, it has a very large, imposing black iron fire escape and deck out there. And you'll be able to see that in some of the coming photographs. This just gives a sense of the rear yards on that block, showing this is 122 Pacific. So even as it was originally built, it was shallower than most of its neighboring buildings. And you can see out of the 12 buildings on the north side of that block, 10 of them have additions right now. These are the views. This is the view to the west. Here's that rather large black iron deck I was talking about. That'll be the building directly to the west. And then this is the building directly to the right. Here's the sister building. You can see the 3-story addition here. And the one past it has an approved addition that even comes out farther and is a full basement plus 2 stories. This is just sort of another representation of the donut of the yards and showing how far out the building is protruding into that area and how it's not going out any farther and actually is set back compared to many of the other buildings in that neighborhood or on that block. And down below here, the building with the blue tint is a very simplified version of our proposed addition. I have some other things I could show you as questions.
All right, we'll take some questions. Are there any questions for the applicant? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, on the third floor, what's the functional purpose of the, not having it?
The third floor addition?
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of small.
It's going to be a bathroom.
Okay.
Because right now on that floor they have a combined bathroom and laundry room, and it's very tight, so by doing this they can actually have a full-size bathroom and laundry room.
Yes, John?
From the rear of the building, it looks like there's actually an empty lot diagonally behind it, and that there's some visibility from Amity Street to the back of the building. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that. This is the view from there. So there is an open lot between buildings, and so you are basically looking about 200 feet from the nearest street point to see the addition. This gray piece here is the house at 122 Pacific Street. So, and you can see from the sightline drawings, you're only going to end up seeing from the street the second and third floor addition, and obviously the fourth floor too. But none of the AC equipment will be visible, and the first floor and basement will not be visible.
Okay, any other questions? All right, why don't we take testimony? We have Barbara Zay.
Morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the scheme for this rear facade to be generally sensitive to the row and to this building, the oldest in the district. We would suggest the removal of the third floor bump out, however, as it seems awkward and diminishes the overall effect of the rear scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, no other speakers. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then. All right. I understand HDC's position on the third floor, but I feel that what they've shown us in terms of the context, I think the proposed addition, in terms of its massing, fits in with the rear additions. So I don't have any issues with that. Are there concerns about this? Yes.
The only thing is a technical one.
Okay.
There's a lot of the rear trim is shown as AZEK, which is plastic, and I don't recall us approving a whole lot of plastic trim on houses. I think it's mostly been wood, or if fire code doesn't allow it, then
Metal.
cast or metal, but I think that I would just ask that it be made wood.
Worked with staff.
Pardon?
Worked with staff to do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, good. We can go to decision. Adi?
Yes. In the matter of 122 Pacific Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a rear yard addition and alter the rear facade. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Cobble Hill Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed rear yard addition will not result in the elimination of significant architectural features of the rear of the building, that the addition will only be visible through an empty lot at an oblique angle from Amity Street, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, preserving a sense of the building's original volume, that the other buildings within the block feature rear additions that extend further than or as far as the proposed addition. Therefore, the proposed addition will not diminish the central green space, that the stepped configuration of the rear yard addition will recall the existing massing of the sister row house to the east and will not substantially increase the volume of the building or alter the scale and character of the building as an individual row house, and that the design and materiality of the rear addition, featuring multi-light windows and clapboard siding, will maintain the building's residential character and recalls historic T-porches found throughout this district.
I don't think we're adding
there's
that
one-
one. So, yes. Mark, what were you going to say? Yes, say that they'd work with staff regarding...
All materials should be
Okay.
natural materials, historic.
That all the materials should be natural materials or historic materials, and there's one other item here, that the multiple window and door configurations result in an unharmonious,
No, we're
we
not-
don't want that one, okay.
We're
Good.
taking that one out.
Okay, got it.
Okay. All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the third item is an application for, excuse me, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of the Bronx, docket number 177631. This is 190 Fordham Street, Public School 102, later Public School 17, an individual landmark. This is a Georgian Revival-style school building designed by C.B.J. Snyder and built in 1897-98 and later expanded in 1929-30. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandy Chung, Preservation Staff. 190 Fordham Street is an individual landmark located between Miniford Avenue, Fordham Place, and City Island. This is a historic image, and here's the existing condition. All of the existing windows in the building are 1/1 double-hung white aluminum windows with a transom. Historically, the windows were 6/6 wood with a transom. The City Island Nautical Museum would like to replace 17 windows that affect their space with 1/1 double-hung white vinyl windows with a transom. And the applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Delensek, and I'm the administrator of the Nautical Museum, which is run by the City Island Historical Society, 501c3 founded in 1976. We are a volunteer-run organization with a very small annual budget of $31,000, and replacing windows is going to be a major investment for us, for which we will have to raise funds. The only image that we have of the original windows is in this 1903 hand-colored postcard when it had been changed to PS 17 from PS 103, constructed in 1897. As you can see on the upper left, the windows are, this 1/1 with the transom that goes in, which was, I believe, sort of an air conditioning issue at the time. The museum itself only takes up a small amount. This is a picture from the 1939-40 tax map, or tax photographs that were done. And this is the building after it was no longer a school. It was sold to a developer in the 80s, but this is when it was a community center. And as you can see, the windows are now 6/6 with no transom. This is what it looks like now. The developer had the bad taste to paint the whole thing white in a kind of paint that cannot be removed. Unfortunately, it's just peeling off gradually. You gave us permit to replace the front steps, which is almost completed. We just have to put in a gate and deal with the fencing. At the moment, however, if you look at this image, you will see that the only two windows that face the street are on the lower left. Upstairs, all of the windows there are private apartments, and the windows on the right are in a stairwell that does not belong to the museum. This indicates that, and that's in a presentation that will be distributed to you. This is one of the windows, the one on the right there is one of the two museum windows facing the street. It blew in a northeast storm in October, so we've got it boarded up because the museum is still open to the public on weekends, and it was really freezing, although the temperature now seems to be kinder to us. On the left, that window is not in good shape. These windows were put in the 1980s by the developer. That window rattles when you touch it. On this side, the three windows in the middle there are all damaged in one way or another. The top windows are all private apartments, and below, well, this is some of the damage of the windows facing the east. And there's all kinds of deterioration that's gone on inside because of leaks and so forth. These were crummy windows put in by the developer because he had to replace them all. Below the museum is the community center, and above, again, as I said before, were private apartments. This is on the right side. These face the street, but are in the stairwell. This is the stairwell window on the left, the window on the right, and these windows are covered with ivy. Ivy is, in fact, growing through a couple of the windows in the museum now. And I brought a piece in case anybody wants to see it, but that's a photograph. This is the back of the building. This is not landmarked. It was added in 1930 by the Department of Education to expand the building. But as you can see, all the windows are the same throughout. This is a drawing showing from the window supplier who would show the two different sizes of windows that we would like to put in. And this is a more specific drawing showing the installation. We know that the rules say that we have to go back to a historic window, which is 1898, when they were made of wood with a transom going in. They do not make these anymore. These are, to do this, the windows would all have to be custom made. At the moment, we would like to be able to raise enough money to replace all of the windows before ivy starts growing through everything. But we can't do that if everything has to be custom made of wood. In fact, I'm not even sure we could do the 5 windows that are in desperate shape right now. That would really cost way more than we can afford or that we could raise. So that's our story. What we would like to do is to replace them with windows that look like the rest of the building right now, much better quality, vinyl windows. They don't have to be vinyl clad because the vinyl clad really is wood for the inside, and we don't require that for the museum. But we want to get very good quality windows and to replace what's there. Obviously, doing them in wood would be we feel, impractical. So, in any case, does anybody have questions for me about this?
Are there any questions?
Yeah, just
Michael?
Yes.
Explore the cost of getting plastic grills so that it would stimulate the original appearance.
Stimulate which appearance?
The historic appearance that was a divided light.
Why would you want to put that?
Just asking.
Yeah, I mean, we hadn't talked about that. There are two considerations here. One really is funding. We're a very small organization. We've worked very hard with a special donation to replace the front steps. Years ago when we had a fire in the front of the building, we replaced the whole thing according to the original. I mean, it's not that we're against historic appearance. We would love to peel the white paint off the building. But putting in windows that are not consistent with the rest of the building puts all of the other tenants or residents, they own their condominiums, and would make the building look sort of not consistent and not very attractive.
You said that vinyl-clad wood windows would be a poorer quality? What's your...
No. There's vinyl windows and there's vinyl-clad windows. Vinyl-clad is vinyl over wood.
You think that's
And I don't think vinyl over wood, because the only reason to do that is not for stability. It's so that you can have wood looking on the inside, which we do not need. So vinyl, very good quality vinyl windows would hold up to the northeast storms. The most of the damage is on the northeast side, which is where all the storms come from on City Island. Why I live on the west side in my landmark house. So that's the basic reason. So there are two issues, really.
Okay.
Okay? That's it?
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. City Island's PS 102 is unique among CBJ Snyder's collection of school buildings in New York City for its small scale and small town character, which is appropriate for its location. There is clear historic documentation for the building's original wood 6/6 sash, and HDC feels that replacing the existing, I think they're aluminum windows with vinyl, will only perpetuate a bad decision and necessitate another replacement in the near future. Wood sash, perhaps installed with a phased master plan, would be far more appropriate and welcome for this lovely building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 10 has voted unanimously in favor of this project, and they noted that the approval of the vinyl because the wood windows would be too costly. So they've noted that. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
What to do?
Yes, Kim, go ahead.
I guess I wonder, is there a way to get some sort of a staged master plan in effect where they can start with this window because this is what they can afford and, a match, so that at least the first floor or their part, something would be brought back to historic compliant, even if it is in vinyl or something. It seems like there needs to be a staged program where, okay, this is all you can do now, but we'd like you to ultimately get to a more historic condition with the windows.
Right, yes. Do you want to? Okay. Mark, do you want to comment on that? I mean, I think the application before us it's I think affecting, how many windows is it affecting again?
What's that? There's
Okay.
17 of
Okay.
ours, but
So-
17 other units.
Okay, so could we ask them to do a master plan? What if we, in the past, we can encourage, have we included as a condition?
I think it's in everyone's interest that there is a master plan.
Right.
It saves everyone time and energy going forward, so I think that's preferable. And to the extent that it's, it's owned by, and these are condominiums.
It's owned by Nautical Winds condominiums.
Right, so we can't really force them to do it. So in those cases, we'll take it, one at a time when they come. But ideally, it saves everyone a lot of time and energy if we can just get it.
Right.
Master plan.
Okay, but we can't require them to do a master plan.
I don't believe we've ever required an applicant
Okay.
to,
But
we would not act on an application until it came back as a master plan. Because it can be very difficult for these kind of entities to come to an agreement on what they want to do. So.
Okay.
We should board up our windows in the meantime?
No, you don't need to board up your windows in the meantime. Okay, yes.
Well, I mean, I think that it's the fact that the windows on this part of the building are failing now, and they're probably the same exact windows as one could probably find on the rest of the condominium's windows, means that their windows will probably be failing pretty soon too. And, I think whatever decision we make, even if it's not in the context of a master plan, will wind up influencing how we would approve the rest of the windows replacements down the road. So I think I'm less concerned with the issue of a temporary discordance in the way the building looks, because I think it will be temporary. But I think that the issue of cost is significant. I mean, it's an institution, it's doing good work, and we should support it. I just looked up Anderson grills cost $23 a piece. So I think that the request to put in a window that at least at a squint approximates the historic condition would not be a significant burden.
Right, but I'm sorry, I haven't understood what you're recommending, though.
I would say let them use the plastic windows. Hurts to say it, but okay.
Plastic, okay.
Vinyl.
Vinyl. No, I'm trying to understand, right.
Vinyl's a nice plastic. Oil-based windows, but ask that they be in the configuration of the original windows with the muntins in some inserted grill format.
Okay, so you want to, it doesn't have to be real multi-light, but you want to show the divisions?
I mean, I think that would be a step in the right direction, and then, that would be the kind of multi-phasing that you're talking about, where you let them do the cheap but step in the right direction version, and when the condo people come back, we can take that up at that time and either say, go ahead, you guys can use the cheap plastic windows with the grills too, or no, we think you should go to the wood, and then eventually when the museum gets funds to do so, they can, on the next round, upgrade to the wood. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I'm very sympathetic to what they have proposed over here, but the other commissioners seem to...
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
There are, I guess, a collection of windows that they have to repair immediately. I think they've costed that out. They have very limited means, and it doesn't go back to the historic configuration, but it's consistent with what they have now and elsewhere on the building. So that you see in all the windows. That'll just remain.
Some of the windows are
Yes.
not visible from a public thoroughfare,
Okay.
so I think we could be flexible about those. However, the ones that are visible from a public thoroughfare, I don't think staff was entirely aware that it was that many at the base of the building. So
I don't care.
Okay, so it could be,
The ones in the
it
front?
could be a more nuanced sort of recommendation, which is the ones that are actually seen from the public thoroughfare. They can work with staff to insert, I guess, materials to have, to reflect a multi-light window in its historic configuration, and the windows where they're not visible from the public thoroughfare can have the flexibility of what they're proposing right now. Yes, Adi?
And what about the front 8 windows as wood, in fact? Would that, I mean, a mix of windows that not only look like the historic windows, but actually are built more like the historic windows for the front 8? What were once double hung, and the balance, the 9, sort of fixed temporarily? I'm wondering. I mean, is that...
It just raises the cost.
I know.
I know.
But not
Well, they need
all the way.
I'm just concerned because they need to do these repairs quickly. And they're, I think, constrained by the fact that they have to raise funds to do it. So, I mean, I think we've allowed, right?
We wrote a temporary permit to replace the 2 most damaged windows. So that, I think the permit covers 2.
Okay.
And so the urgency is covered by our temporary permit. So I think there might be some more time to work out a master plan.
All right, but we have allowed other, I think, changes in material, have we not, which has the configuration and operation of historic windows in the past. Okay, let me ask the other commissioners, who all would support sort of this, I think, the proposal, which is the windows that are not visible from the public thoroughfare has the flexibility of what they're proposing right now, and the ones that do, which is on the, I think, main facades, reflects the historic configuration, but there could be a substitution in material.
Fine.
Okay, you're okay with that? All right, so let's Move to decision then. John?
In the matter of docket number 17-763, 1190 Fordham Street, Public School 102, later Public School 17, an individual landmark. The application is to replace windows. I note that the existing 1/1 aluminum double-hung windows throughout the building were installed prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing windows will not eliminate original windows or significant later replacement windows, and that many of the windows are not visible and will be consistent with the windows on the upper floor. However, the 8 visible windows on the ground floor should recall the configuration and details of the historical windows, and we recommend that the applicant work with staff to identify a plastic grille to simulate or match the muntins on the original configuration, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 4, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of the Bronx, docket number 173059. This is 4651 Fieldston Road, located within the Fieldston Historic District. This is a Dutch Colonial Revival style freestanding house designed by Dwight James Baum and built in 1917-18. The application is to alter the roof and a window opening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This one.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Schaefer, Preservation Staff. This application is for 4651 Fieldston Road. This is the house here, the front facade, and the proposed work is on the rear of the roof and also one of the side elevations. Let me just show you that. That's the front. And this is the rear. And the proposal involves this inset dormer on the rear facade, and they propose there's a dormer on either side, and what they would like to do is eliminate the inset dormer and just create one continuous dormer. So here on the rear, this is the existing inset dormer with the 2 existing dormers, and they would just fill that in and create one continuous dormer. And this is not visible from public thoroughfares. The other part of the proposal involves an opening, this window here, and they would like to just drop the sill of that and create a door. And it's something which is barely visible from the public thoroughfare from a very sharp angle. And that's here. This is the existing window, and this is turning it into a door. And the owner and his architect are here to explain what the conditions are that's bringing about this proposal.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes.
Good morning. My name is John Yanacito. I'm an architect, and I'm representing the owners of the existing single-family residence. The reasoning for enclosing the existing sleeping porch at the rear, it has become a maintenance issue over the years, where whenever it snows, water leaks down into the family room below. They've had it repaired a number of times, and it just persists. So we feel that just enclosing the space and creating a new sitting area at the top of the stair would be beneficial for the family. And it basically just ties the 2 existing dormers on the side together. All materials will match existing. Roofing, siding, and windows will all match. The proposed windows will be wood, painted wood, with simulated divided lights to match existing. Same on the new door, which will lead to a new mudroom on the first floor. Currently, they have no entry closet in the main foyer, so they wanted to create a new mudroom off the side entrance to create some storage for the family when they enter the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 8 in the Bronx recommends approval. Right. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, any issues with this? I think they're just very modest changes that for the most part not invisible and very much in keeping with the character of the home and the
I think
district.
it looks better, truthfully. It's improvement.
Okay, Diana, do you want to read that?
Okay. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness in Borough of the Bronx, 4651 Fieldston Road, Fieldston Historic District, a Dutch colonial revival style freestanding house designed in 1917-18. Application is to, built in 1917-18. Application is to alter the roof and a window opening. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the house are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fieldston Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that while the inset dormer is a significant architectural feature, it is not visible from public thoroughfares, and the large dormer that will be created by filling it in is a characteristic feature of the Dutch colonial style. That the materials, details, and proportions of the new dormer will be consistent with other existing fenestration on the house. That the window opening to be altered is minimally visible from a public thoroughfare and only at a sharp angle. That the multi-pane door to be installed in the enlarged opening is in keeping with the configuration, materials, and finish of other doors on the house, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the house or the Fieldston Historic District.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 5 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of the Bronx, docket number 172219. This is 6301 Riverdale Avenue, College of Mount St. Vincent Administration Building, an individual landmark. This is an early Romanesque revival-style institutional building designed by Henry Engelbart and built in 1857 to 59, with extensions added in 1865, 1883, and 1906 to 08. And the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Good morning, Commissioner Sandy Chung, Preservation Staff. 6301 Riverdale Avenue, the administration building of the College of Mount St. Vincent, is an individual landmark located in the Bronx. The proposal is to establish a master plan for window replacement. The majority of the existing windows on the building are arched, multi-light wood double-hung windows. The proposal is to replace the wood windows with aluminum-clad windows and a dark green finish to match the existing configurations and operations of the various windows included in the master plan. And the architect is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Peter Gisolfi. I'm just going to introduce the project. The proposal is to replace the wood windows with aluminum-clad wood windows. This is the view of the building as you see it from the west side. And if you're looking at it, we're here in the Bronx. That's the Yonkers line right here. That's the river. It's about a 70-acre campus. If you look at the site plan in a larger context, this is Founders Hall, the building in question. There's a very steep slope behind it, so you actually don't see the east side particularly, but you see prominently the west side of the building, which looks out to the river. These are shots taken from the 1860s up until about 1916, and you can see the character of the building. This is the most complete shot over here in the corner. And here we see it from above, and the parts outlined in red are parts that we're intending to replace the windows. And finally, this shows the chronology of the original building right here, and then the extensions that go on. And you can see the years here on the lower left. It's also in the booklet that we handed out to you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Crane. I am a partner at Peter Gisolfi Associates and been working on this with the college, along with Mary Diericks as our historical consultant and Mary Jablonski from Jablonski Conservators with the paint analysis. This is just the building showing from cellar up to 6 floors of building that we will be looking at. And again, the color designations are the various wings. With Mary, working in collaboration with Mary, we did a existing conditions assessment. You can see from these photographs, the college has been dealing with the deteriorating condition of the windows. We have extreme wood rot, weathering, missing muntins, brackets that are holding windows together in order to provide for safe operation within the college, and it's getting more and more difficult. Here you can see more windows, again, with various pieces of wood which have deteriorated and fallen off the windows, as well as some water infiltration which is occurring throughout the building. Again, more shots of interiors showing the deterioration and rot of the windows and the failure of the windows to accept paint. And again, more shots of window sills, which just extreme rot due to water infiltration over the time of the windows being in place. What we did for this study, we have a total of 588 windows. We are replacing 392 of those with the proposed aluminum clad wood. We documented each and every type, the elevation, the section, as well as the horizontal section, just so that we could understand, in working with Marvin Window Companies, how to best replicate these windows. And what we came to, the conclusion was we had 8 window types. This is a summary. The appendices is in the report that we've handed out, but to summarize it, we have 8 window types. They are the existing conditions at the top, and these are the proposed window conditions at the bottom. The one or change that we have due to the weight of the windows, we're looking at a double glazed insulated panel to make these windows more energy efficient, is the mid rail or the lock rail of the windows has to be slightly thicker. And it's basically an inch thicker in order to accept the weight of that insulated glass panel. And we have worked with Marvin on developing a exterior profile so that, and I have a sample of it here. This is the aluminum clad window. We've matched the brick mold around the window exactly, as well as the sill, so that we don't lose the profile from the exterior of the window or the brick mold of the exterior window. Typically, an aluminum clad window would have a panning that would snap to the side, which was increasing the depth of our window. So what we've done is develop this with them in order to make our jamb and head profiles more similar to what is currently there. And these are just examples of each of those various window types, showing the existing on the right here, and then the proposed horizontal section as well as vertical section of each of the various types. With the window paint analysis that we did with Jablonski Conservators, we found that the original building had originally was a brown color, a dark brown color, which we have on file as well with you. And then through subsequent additions, the building was painted various shades of green for the windows. The college has adopted a Essex green for their other buildings, which are not landmarked, and we were hoping that this would be acceptable for the Founders Hall as well, so that it would blend harmoniously on the campus. That's the entire.
Okay, yes, Michael.
What was there a historic green, or is that kind of close to that, or?
Well,
there were a bunch of greens that they used. That's the historic. This is the
this is the one that the campus green.
What did the Jablonski Association say to do?
They didn't have an exact green. This is that's the base coat, and the finish coat, which is the brown.
But it was a
the preservation consultant. We don't, Jablonski did not identify the green. What we have in the paint investigation, which is on file, are many shades of green, mostly lighter, some darker. And our view is that it's mostly a little bit lighter green. Our view is that it was, when the building was completely built with the two wings on either side, it was green. The windows were green. So it makes sense historically to paint it green.
We had also thought, we had thought that if you compare this to the ground sample, the saturation of the color is about the same, so that it was trying to be a dark color. The Essex green does that.
Okay, and does our preservation staff concur with that analysis regarding the color? Yes.
With the Essex green, we think that's a good choice. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. The community board recommends approval of this application. All right. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right. So here we have a master plan. Okay. So it's. I think the issue here is really about the change in material. Any concerns with that? Okay, so that's good, and I think one of the points that they're planning to use this other color, but they intend to, because it's a master plan and the windows keep switching out, they'll be painting the other windows. They'll get the uniform color amongst windows, even if they're not replacing them. So you won't have this odd green green window and then a whole facade of white windows. So it'll all be done at the same time. Is that correct?
And the plan is to do one area at the same time, right? So that, even if the whole building is not, at least that particular facade.
Right, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Sounds reasonable.
But they said the windows were green at one time, but were the cornices and eaves and all of this other trim green, or this was all brown when the windows were green?
I don't know the answer to that, but I think before us is just the windows at this point.
I just wondered, because usually they coordinate on these types of buildings, and suddenly we're changing from white to green, and...
Well, it sounds like...
Well, I think there's some facades which I think are green right now, and then there's some which are white. So the color, if you look at the
original
windows further on.
It was darker.
Yeah, so sorry, not the photographs.
Mm-hmm.
There should be some.
These are not green, these are brown.
Okay, are we fine with this?
I just wanted to say, first of all, it's an amazing
building.
It's a land yacht. It's a cruiser that kind of landed on this site. It's a really remarkable building, and I think it's also noteworthy in our own internal context that we're totally cool with the aluminum-clad windows, which was not the case in earlier discussions, and
may not be the case again.
All right. Well, there you go. I think that for me, given the location, I think the aluminum cladding is appropriate because I think that the institutional needs of the college are such that the maintenance would be really formidable, and I think that you're going to get the profiles that are pretty close. My only qualm really is about that meeting rail detail, which I think I've never seen windows with meeting rails that skinny, and even on old buildings, I think it's pretty unusual, and it seems to have been an intent of the original design to have them narrow. But looking at the photos as opposed to the drawings, I think that the distinction is less significant and would be acceptable to me.
Okay. All right, Kim, do you want to read that?
Yes. Okay. In the matter of 6301 Riverdale Avenue, College of Mount St. Vincent, individual landmark, The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows. I recommend approval, finding that the historic wood windows are in a deteriorated condition that warrants their replacement, that the establishment of a master plan for window replacement will ensure uniformity of the fenestration throughout the building over time, that the configuration, operation, and details of the proposed aluminum-clad wood windows will match those of the historic windows, that because the windows cannot be viewed up close from a public thoroughfare, a change in the material of the sash from painted wood to aluminum-clad with baked enamel finish will not be discernible, that the details and dimensions of the aluminum-clad window with an applied mutton grid with internal spacer bars will recall the existing wood windows, that the proposed dark green finish is in keeping with the historic darker color palette of the Romanesque revival style found in the paint analysis and will unify all the fenestration on the various wings of the building, that the existing special windows that are not part of the master plan will be repaired and finished to match the color of the replacement windows, therefore maintaining uniformity of the window colors, that the proposed replacement windows will be done in large sections, thereby ensuring that the facades will not have various colored windows for a long period of time, that returning the color of the windows to their historic dark tone while retaining the porch in its grandfathered white color condition will not preclude the future restoration of the historic paint palette throughout the building, and that the work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 6 on the agenda. The application is for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173131. This is 95 Horatio Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is a neoclassical style warehouse designed by John B. Snook and Sons and built in 1931 to 35. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of artwork.
No, it was darker before.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation staff.
But sometimes they do it in multicolors, like the paint.
This application is for 95 Horatio Street
different colors on the porch.
at the southwest corner of Gansevoort and Market Street, Washington Streets, across the street from the southern terminus of the High Line. In the Gansevoort Market Historic District. The proposal is for a master plan governing the future installation of artwork of the Gansevoort facade, which is right here, which is proposed to be installed at a rotating basis at the location where the historic railway once penetrated the building. Artwork is currently in place at the building, which was approved at staff level on a temporary basis. In 2013, the Commission approved a proposal for the installation of artwork at this location, but it was never installed. The applicant, Jane Carey from the Whitney Museum, is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Jane Carey. I'm the Community Affairs Manager for the Whitney Museum. So I'm here. I'll share a little bit about the history of our public art project here and then of the site itself. And we have one of our curators, Christopher Liu, who will talk more to the project description. So the Whitney Museum joined in partnership with TF Cornerstone and Friends of the High Line to present a series of public installations by American artists to engage the community and the public. Our intention for these installations was to complement the Whitney's outdoor plaza and free lobby gallery to allow for the public to experience a rotating exhibition of works. So far, these have been well received, and we have not received any concerns or complaints from the community about the project. In June 2014, the Whitney received a certificate of no effect from Landmarks to allow for the temporary installation of artwork on the Gansevoort Street facade, including a Landmarks-approved metal frame installed on the site to hold a vinyl artwork and a small aluminum plaque to identify the artwork. The Whitney first installed a work by Alex Katz titled Catherine and Elizabeth in fall of 2014. In March 2015, Landmarks approved an amendment to the certificate of no effect to allow for the removal of the Katz work and installation of Michelle Abel's work, Baby Carriage on Bike or Riot Shield's Carriage. The amendment allowed for the work to stay up until April 2016. We have one last amendment that was issued this November to allow for a new work by Njitska Crosby, titled Mama, Mama, Mama. And so today the Whitney is seeking Landmarks approval for our application for certificate of appropriateness so we can continue to present works to the public on the site. In accordance with our agreement with TF Cornerstone, the property owner, we can continue to do so until spring of 2019. The certificate would allow the museum to continue the program with landmark staff review of each new artwork proposed for the site. Community Board 2 recently voted unanimously in favor of the project, and we received a support letter from the director of Friends of the High Line as well. Let's see. Okay. So, as mentioned, 95 Horatio Street was a cold storage warehouse of multiple buildings constructed at the turn of the century. The High Line did run through the site where our artwork is now installed, and in the 1980s, the building was converted to residential units. And the area where the High Line ran through was filled in with non-historic fill. The property owner, TF Cornerstone, licensed an area to the Whitney, approximately 17 feet high by 29 feet wide, in a small area, 10 inches wide and 5 inches high, for the purpose of our rotating exhibition.
And in terms of the content and the kind of parameters we've allowed ourselves for the project, we're really thinking about this billboard site as another exhibition space. So the way that we are approaching and inviting artists to use it is really in keeping with the same way that we engage with the galleries that we have inside the Whitney proper. So in terms of that, we're inviting artists, 2 artists a year, so on 6-month rotations. And we're using the entire surface of the billboard site as the exhibition, so there's no additional signage or advertising in any way that relates to the exhibition or anything else going on at the Whitney. And again, we're working with the artists to kind of sign all the appropriate waivers. The artists are also waiving their the Visual Artist Rights Act as well, so we can put up a work and then take it down whenever we deem necessary. And then each presentation is going to use the same structural framework which you have in your packet. So anything that goes up is largely going to be a vinyl printed work that uses the entire structure, and will be a flat surface that will have no illumination. There's going to be no projected images or video of any kind, no sound as well. We would like to be able to consider using some low reliefs from time to time that would use the same structure that would protrude no more than 6 inches out, assuming that it's stable, and working with our engineers to make sure that that's possible. And then again, as I said, there's no advertising that's going to be used, though kind of in relation to that, we know that a lot of artists have historically worked with ideas of branding and marketing. If you think about Warhol and the legacy of pop art, so those kind of ideas we'd like to remain on the table. And then again, as Jane said, that we will have exhibition signage that will just mention the name of the artist, the year that it was made, the title of the work, the same way that we have signage for any artwork that we have in the museum. And just to remind you of the content, this is the very first Alex Katz work that we presented about just over a year ago. The second iteration is this new rendering from Michelle Abels, who's a young photographer working with a lot of digital collaged imagery. And then this is the current work that's up by an LA-based artist, Nkunuli Crosby. So you kind of get a sense within just these 3 how we're working with an intergenerational group of artists. Alex is in his 80s, Michelle and Njideka Nkunuli Crosby are both in their 30s. So we're looking at kind of this wide, expansive range between artists, different types of media, different ways of approaching art, and a way that really kind of engage with the kind of energy and dynamicism that we have in the neighborhood. One of the real kind of touchstones for us, kind of curatorially, is thinking about the former Bell Labs site that was just a few blocks away, which is now the West Bath Artist Housing. So it's a space of just innovation, a constant continuing artistic community as well. So those are the kind of things that we're in keeping with the site in mind.
So just to clarify, the visual will only be the art itself, not notifying people that there's an exhibition taking place at the Whitney.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. It's treated as a site of exhibition.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Sarah B. Knappman.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sarah B. Knappman from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The GVSHP is strongly in favor of the proposed application. This display of artwork is a worthwhile addition to Horatio Street as well as the Gansevoort District. Our endorsement of this proposal is with the understanding that approval by the LPC is contingent upon the display of artwork only and not advertisement of any kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers, other speakers? Right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, there are no other questions for the applicant. We can close the hearing.
Someone.
All right, comments?
I think it's great. I think the extension outdoors of the museum of a piece of art for the High Line and the community is great. Nice thing.
Well, I think in this particular case, I agree. I mean, I think, first of all, leaving aside this aspect, that, public art is something that's great and should be encouraged in the city. I think that, for me, I think this location and this size in this district is appropriate because I think one thing, if you look at the building itself, I think it sort of fits in with already a historic sort of panel area, which was where the train used to go in. So I think that that already kind of demarcates the area where they're putting the artwork, and so it relates to the building. I think the other thing is that the Gansevoort Historic District itself, I think, the Commission has in the past recognized that it is a district of change and dynamism, and I think from that perspective, allowing for an artwork, which otherwise, you don't find in the district, would be appropriate in this instance. So I could wholeheartedly support this application. Right. Any other comments? Okay, if there are no other comments, we can move to decision. Wellington?
In a matter of 95 Horatio Street, Gansevoort Market Historic District, the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of artwork. I recommend approval with modifications that the size and placement of the installation on a panel covering and conforming the former opening in the facade where the railway penetrated the building will remain in harmonious proportional relationship with the facade that will recognize the former opening in a creative manner, that the installation will not result in damage to significant architectural features, that the installation is in keeping with the characteristic evolving nature of the district and its history of adaptive reuse, that the parameters of the permissible artwork limiting its size and precluding illumination and advertisements will help prevent the installation from detracting from the building or streetscape. That the lower plaque providing information about the artwork will be small in size, simple in design, and typical in terms of installation of this type, and will be mounted at plain masonry. That the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of Gansevoort Market Historic District.
And if I can just suggest that, as we've done in other situations where we've had large signage and they've been changed over time, we have limited that to a number of years, and I would recommend we do it for 6 years in this case. As you know, the intent is when the artwork changes, they will go to staff and they'll work with them for those changes. But after 6 years, they could come back to the Commission and then show us the array of art that they've been proposing and installing, and it gives the Commission to then decide whether it wants to extend it or remove any time period on it. That seem reasonable?
Yeah. Yes.
The applicant mentioned 2019.
Which should only be 4 years.
Okay. I mean, we thought 6 years was good because a certificate of appropriateness, I think.
Yeah.
Is that where that period comes from? It's open for that period of 6 years. So we thought it could dovetail it with that. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Given the wide parameters allowable for the artwork, long-term implications of these installations cannot be known at this time. Therefore, I recommend that the master plan be limited to a period of 6 years, and that the applicant be required to document all of the installations during that time, so that it is a good record for the Commission to review if or when the applicant seeks to renew the permit.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 7 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 174107, 46 Morton Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an Anglo-Italianate style row house built in 1854. The application is to modify masonry openings and construct a bulkhead and install planters and railings at the roof.
Good morning, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 46 Morton Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. For your reference, this is the 1940s tax photo of the building. The building is located mid-block on the south side of the street between 7th Avenue South and Hudson Street. The proposal is to install a bulkhead, planters, and a railing at the roof. These items will be visible over a shorter building to the east along this view corridor here. The proposal also includes enlarging the top floor windows of the rear facade. The changes to the openings at the lower floors of the rear facade meet the Commission's rules for staff level approval. However, the rules do not allow modifying masonry openings at the top floor, which is why this work is before you today. The project applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions. Thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Sherman. I'm the architect for 46 Morton's renovations. It's an interesting building because the front facades repeat. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 front facades that are identical. I'll show you photos in a moment. And the rear facades, however, are very, very different, in part because there have been a lot of additions over the years, and also because the peculiarities of our lot. You can see ours is a very different shape from the others, so our rear facade is very different from the others. So we've taken different strategies for the two facades. On the front facade, we are basically trying to replicate the tax photo. The neighbors have also recently done their own renovations where they've similarly replicated their tax photos, and so we're trying to continue that. You can see currently it's a very different condition at the ground floor. There's a brick wall that projects out at a diagonal. The old stoop has been kind of altered, and the railings have all been altered. The window was at the ground floor. It's a small window. We're trying to restore the size and casings for all these windows, as well as repairing and replacing the old trim that was on the upper windows, repairing the cornice at the front. So in general, just trying to recreate the tax photo as closely as we can. On the rear facade, you see we have a very different strategy. You can see the neighboring house has these additions on the back. There are several other additions that are on the back that do not show up in the Sanborn map that we have. So those have been added over time, and I'll show you photographs to show how the upper floors have been changed over time on the adjacent buildings. We are proposing, as Emma said, increasing the height of the top floor windows, and the changes at the lower level will include a shallow balcony, a spiral stair, and new regularized window openings at the lower 2 floors. The bulkhead at the roof is actually something that the Department of Buildings has forced us to add. It wasn't part of our original design, and it's because of equipment that's on the roof. A section showing the existing additions and our proposed bulkhead, and the planters and railings that we're adding up there as well, and the roof deck that we're adding too. And you can also see the shallow balcony at the rear and the spiral stair. I'll jump ahead to photographs to give you a better idea of the street condition. So you can see the neighbors have done quite a nice job at restoring their property. We're trying to do the same to ours, and you can see the detailing that we're showing on our drawings is really just an attempt to match all this that you see on theirs. This gives you a better sense, oops, let's go back, of the rear facades of the neighbors. You can see that where once there may have been a regular rhythm of windows at the top row, that's been altered over time, so there really isn't anymore. And you can see the additions that have been added and the other changes to the fenestration that have been made along the rear, the adjacent rear facades. And mock-up photos. I'll briefly say that the bulkhead is meant to be stucco and glass to be as inconspicuous as possible. It's matching the existing party wall. Well, it's not a party wall. The existing side wall, which at its upper floors is also stucco. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for you. You know, it's interesting. You have to put this bulkhead at the roof level because you said the buildings department saying that you have to do it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you just explain why? Yes.
Given the number of floors and the fact that we're adding air conditioning, they insisted that we add a bulkhead. It seemed strange to us, but that was the objection that came down from the plan examiner.
Okay. And it's the I'm sorry? It's screening from mechanical equipment. That's the bulkhead, but this.
It was for access.
But he's talking about
they
access.
They did in fact ask for screening as well.
So screening for the
access.
mechanicals, but also because it has to be serviced, and that's the reason why you need that.
That was
and
the explanation they gave us. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting because it's visible because of a couple of things. Usually you have row houses that sometimes attach and they have party walls. This one doesn't. Right. And I think the other thing, it's actually at that junction where it's the street kind of splays to one side. Mm-hmm. So I just wonder if there's ways that you can reduce the size of this bulkhead. Is this the minimum?
One idea we had, actually, I can show you, is
because you have 4'6" or something. Couldn't you just bring that down to 0?
Yes, in the front. It's a head height clearance issue here. So what we could do is do a double pitched roof where it slopes down more steeply at the front to go to 0.
And do you need the 10-foot 10 at the back?
No, we don't. So it could, if it's double pitched, we would go up and then maybe flatten out.
Flatten out to, I don't know, maybe like 8 feet or 9 feet,
Yes.
8.5 feet or something.
Right.
Okay, so I think that would be able to reduce the visibility. Okay. Are there other questions? Okay. Are there speakers on this item? Speakers? All right. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. If there are no other questions, we can then close the hearing. Comments? I think we could include the condition that they should work with staff and to minimize the bulkhead. Is there anything else? Okay, good. So we can move to decision. Fred?
In the matter of 46 Morton Street, in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to modify masonry openings and construct a bulkhead and install planters and railings at the roof. I recommend approval, noting that no significant architectural features will be eliminated or altered by the construction of the bulkhead, railing, or planters, that the bulkhead, railing, and planters will be simply designed and visible from public thoroughfares from limited vantage points over a secondary facade of the building, that the stucco finish of the bulkhead will be in keeping with utilitarian rooftop accretions at buildings of this type, style, and age, helping it to remain a discrete presence at the roof. Let's see. What else is it?
I think just that we've asked them that the bulkhead be reduced in size of visibility.
Applicant will work with staff to reduce the visibility of the bulkhead.
Okay, and I think just note that the windows at the back, they're being enlarged, but because I think it's being slightly enlarged, right? But it's not visible from any public thoroughfare, and it's very much it actually retains the width of the historic windows.
Just as I wanted to say it.
Okay, great. Okay, second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 8 on the agenda. It's docket number 176170, 15 West 9th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is Is that right? Yes, an Anglo-Italian-style row house built in 1855. The application is to alter the rear facade.
Holly Hughes is one of our new landmark preservationists, and this is her first presentation before the commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 15 West 9th Street, which is located between 5th and 6th Avenue in Greenwich Village Historic District. 15 West 9th is one within a row of 3 buildings, which originally featured a multi-story bay at the rear facades. This proposal is to alter the rear facade, which would include the removal of a historic multi-story bay. The bay has been completely modified at 11 West 9th, and the bay at 15 West 9th was altered circa 1950s at the ground floor. So only number 13 retains the bay in its original form. Architect David Mansfield is here to elaborate and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. David Mansfield. So 15 West, as Holly just said, 15 West 9th Street is part of 3 nearly identical row houses, townhouses on 9th Street between 5th and 6th Avenue. You can see, I think, just about here, you can see our property there, hatched. The green space is the green space. Our project is to restore the entire property, converting it from multiple family to a single family home. Just as an overview, we see this as an historic preservation project where we're going to great lengths in the interior to maintain original features throughout the property, restoring historical details, and where made necessary by the required upgrades and modernization, we're recreating with the same materials and techniques like plaster moldings, fireplaces, replacing staircases, etc. So we're really treating this as an historical restoration project. So I'm going to go show you the rear feature. So this is the 2-story, 3-sided brick bay extension that we're proposing to remove. And we're going to be, what we're proposing is replacing with a 1-story extension at the 2nd floor level and a balcony and a stair at this level below. I'll show you pictures in a minute. This is just to give you an overview of, this is our structure here. This is at the lower level. This is where I'll show you in a second what it looked like before because of our neighbors. This was removed. These are steel pipe columns here. And also, you can see it here, that this portico was created. Jeff, who's a structural engineer, is going to chip in on our presentation and talk about the conditions in a minute. But just to give you an overview, this is the 3-sided brick bay that's 2 stories, but originally was 3 stories. Here are some context photographs. You can see that even though this was once consistent in 3 houses, as a set, as Holly mentioned, they've been significantly modified. I think the best way to see number 11, which is the first of the 3 houses, is right here. And then this is a detailed photograph of it. The brick bay was removed and a glass and aluminum structure installed. At number 13 in the middle here, you can see that these 2 photographs here explain it well. That the original brick bay went all the way down to the cellar level, which is not the condition we have at our house. Here are some other context photographs. Number 17 has a non-conforming extension that is built full to the property, to their property line here. This is our yard here. This is the roof of our extension. So what I'm going to actually ask Jeff to jump in right now because to talk about how we get to this point and what we're proposing. And how we get to this point will be a lot of our structural assessment of the existing bay that we have. So I'm going to go back to this photograph, Jeff. Jeff, sorry, just one thing. Jeff has also prepared a letter that's in your packet that you may, there's some other photographs as well.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Jeff Stratton. I'm an associate at Gilsons Murray Stepek Structural Engineers. I'm the project engineer on this. Ramon Gilsons is the responsible partner for this project. He's in Los Angeles this week. Basically, we did a lot of probes as part of our due diligence throughout the structure, and especially around the foundations. I believe that this bay was modified no earlier than the 1950s based on the fact that they used welded pipe posts, which probably wouldn't have seen prior. They took they added lintels below the first floor. They propped up underneath the lintels. They stuck in pipe posts on the original masonry foundation. If you refer to our report, we have a photo there that shows the condition of the pipe posts on that original masonry. It's corroded below grade. There's no attachment of those posts to the foundation, and they're degraded. And in addition, we are seeing that water infiltration has been a longstanding problem along the facade, and there are cracks generally above all of the window openings where the lintels are present, including some movement. Finally, what's noted in our report is that they created a change in the interior to exterior line. They basically, when they created this portico below this extension, they backed that line of glass in towards the interior. So there is not a proper frost wall below that, and it's basically a little bit awkward. In removing that and creating a full width of glazing, they eliminated the masonry piers that were on the sides, and basically the back of the building is entirely dependent on its neighbors for lateral stability. So in our proposed design, we provide a new grade beam, proper foundation, connectivity between a new lateral frame and that foundation for independent lateral stability.
Thank you, Jeff. So, based on Jeff's report on our analysis of the house and our design and proposed design, we are proposing to replace the brick bay extension with a new three-sided glass structure on the second story, and I'm just going to point to it here. I have probably a better drawing of it in a second. You can see on the left here, this is number 13 and number 17 either side. So this is flush with the exterior, the rear facade, and then this is a reframed cellar level flush opening also. As you can see in the side elevation, our new addition references a traditional oriel window, which is found in a lot of historical structures. I'm going to go to the next slide and show you just maybe some more texture and color. We are doing steel windows with divided lights. This is the addition here. This is not our project. This is just another project from Hope's Windows, but that's the product we're using, Landmark Series windows. And here are some sections. So we're using that to create like narrow lights, which would be traditional for this house. So above and below, this is a metal extension. The cornice and the frieze and the panel, the transom panels at the bottom will be lead-coated copper, and we have an OG style gutter at the top, and some lead-coated copper rainwater treatment. Our bay is widened, you'll see, compared to what was original. What we're doing is we're aligning the outside of the original double hung windows at the upper levels. We're creating that alignment to unify the facade the entire way down. We're actually shrinking the opening size at the cellar level and keeping everything unified. One thing that I'll briefly touch on, just about see there's an arch here shown behind our oriel window. This is one of the most significant original features of the house. It's an elliptical archway that is entering to the three-sided brick bay. And we're keeping that and restoring that, so that's going to be the entrance into our new oriel bay extension. So
point that out again.
Yeah, but you
so
can't
just
see it.
here, I'm going to show you maybe
Oh, I
in
see it
section,
there.
it's better. Yeah, so here is our extension. And you'll see that we're actually we're keeping the structural system for that opening and building our new bay extension on a platform. Jeff is designing a moment frame. I'll talk about that in a second. So that's, we're trying to address a couple of things with this. One thing that I'd also like to note is that we're reducing the net square footage by 51 square feet, which is not that common. And the depth is reduced by 20 inches, 1'8". So we're actually letting more light and air into ours and our neighbors' yards. So in summary of our design, we're coming up with a design that we feel is contextual. It's introducing light and views to the house. It's making the house more livable. We feel strongly that it modernizes the house in a way that's sensitive and respectful to the integrity of the historic property and the rear yard green space. Just to summarize our argument, the three extensions have ceased to be a viable architectural feature because they've been significantly modified over time. Our brick bay extension, while an original feature, was modified significantly in the middle of the 20th century, which Jeff addressed. The condition of our brick bay is significantly deteriorated, relies on neighboring properties for lateral stability, and we think should be removed. And our work is addressing that deficiency. We also feel that our design is historically sensitive and references traditional townhouse, oriel window, and form and materials. We're reducing bulk and encroachment. And I guess the final point is that none of this is visible from the public thoroughfare because it's within the rear yard green space. Pretty much the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While we would not advocate for a repeat of the treatment at number 11, HDC feels that if more light is desired in the rear, a restoration of the existing bay with additional glass incorporated into it would be far more sensitive. By maintaining the existing footprint of the bay, the applicant could avoid turning the rear into a fishbowl and maintain the consistency of the row. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bean Appman.
Sarah Bean Atman, the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The GVSHP supports the proposed work to the front elevation, which was presented at the community board hearing. We feel that that design will benefit the historic structure as well as the streetscape. However, GVSHP feels that the oriel window at the rear elevation is somewhat out of scale both to the building itself and within the framework of the surrounding historic buildings. The same historic sensitivity exercised in the front elevation should also be exercised in designing the rear elevation, and a more appropriately scaled window or windows should be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of the front facade and demolition of the rear bay, but they deny the oriel window because it's too large and overly glazed. And the board recommends a window with some historical reference. They also deny the light fixtures at the rear, and they take no position on the garden.
Can I note one thing?
Yes.
There were light fixtures above at the oriel at the higher level. We actually removed those for this presentation, just to address community board's comments.
Okay. Did you think about the oriel window and the community board, as well as some of the other testimonies, about trying to reference more what it was historically as opposed to introducing a new element here?
Well, we did obviously think about the idea of keeping the same footprint of what was there, but you know, you can see what happened in number 11 when someone kept the same footprint. I'm not saying that we would do something equivalent to that, but it seems to me that that's just a vestige, an architectural vestige. What we wanted to do is, like I said, unify the facade, open it up, but also keep some reference points, the widths of the windows above, not go full width, not go full glass, but make something that you could walk into. It wasn't very important to our client that you could walk into the structure as opposed to creating a shallow bay that maybe a window seat or something like that. We really wanted to walk into it. And we're limited in the height of this by the floor-to-floor heights. This is at the parlor level, so we have 12.5-foot ceilings. So our structure, if we want to maintain that elliptical archway going in, we have to, this is pretty much the height we came up with based on those.
Okay, other questions? Yes. No questions. Okay, so are there any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, Fred?
I actually like this proposal. I think the context of the rear yard, which of course is not visible at all from the public thoroughfare, is jumbled enough, changed enough over time, that trying to keep that bay intact or even adapt it, as number 11 tried to do very unsuccessfully, is not warranted. I think, although I'm the one who says there is no precedent ever, it's a little hard to say all of a sudden that this is too much glass. We've certainly approved rear yard expressions which are much more glassy and bold and contemporary than this is. I think this is very respectful, actually, and very elegant. The Hope's windows detailing is terrific, I think. The only thing, and I'm not really too fixed on this at all, would be I think it might be more elegant and it would reinforce the bay idea historically if the whole thing did not widen itself but actually was the same dimension as the original bay. Otherwise, I'm okay with the whole thing.
I am too.
All right, any other comments? You're also fine with that? Anybody, we're all fine with this? Okay, good. Addie?
Yes. In the matter of 15 West 9th Street, the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to alter the rear facade. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I further note that a submitted engineer's report indicates that the bay was heavily modified in the 1950 when the cellar floor of the bay was removed. I recommend approval, finding that the rear elevation is not visible from any public thoroughfare, that although the multi-story bay was originally consistent on 3 houses in the row, numbers 11, 13, and 15, only 13 remains intact and number 11 has been completely modified. That the bay was modified circa 1950 with the removal of the lower level, which has compromised its structural integrity. That the proposed flush window configuration at the ground floor and the proposed projecting window recalls the height and width of the historic bay, and that the removal of the projecting bay will increase the amount of green space in this non-conforming rear yard.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 10. It's an application for a certificate of, it's item number 9, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 154630. This is 378 6th Avenue, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a 1-story commercial building constructed in 1941 and altered in 1955 and 1967. The application is to legalize the installation of an illuminated sign without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good
Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 378 6th Avenue at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue and Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District. And it's to legalize the installation of illuminated signage, including lettering, graphics, and a bracket sign installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. You'll see on the building there is other illuminated signage, which was approved by the Commission in the 1990s. The applicant is here to discuss the application.
Good morning, Commissioners, Landmark staff. Thank you for hearing this application this morning. My name is Jackie Pudu-Vallon. I'm the preservation consultant for the application. Unfortunately, the business owner cannot be here today because he's out of state, so I will be taking all of your questions. As Anne very succinctly stated, this is a building on 6th Avenue between Waverly and West 8th. It's within a very busy commercial corridor. I think everyone knows this building pretty well because it's located right at part of the West 8th subway stop, so I'm not going to give it much introduction except to say that it was built in 1941, had later alterations. At designation, it was a Manufacturers Hanover Trust building, which, as you can see, it had internally illuminated signage at that time. It has since, over the decades, been subdivided into 3 separate stores. Potatopia, Starbucks on Duane Reade. And as Ann mentioned, the signage at Starbucks and Duane Reade was also approved by the Landmarks Commission, and that is also internally illuminated, including the, let me go back, if you can see it in this photo. Starbucks has a bracket sign about there. Can you see it? There we go. Just wanted to point that out. So the proposal is to legalize the signage as already installed. The business owner did not know and was not advised that he needed a landmarks permit to do his signage. That's what he's told me. So he really does want to keep his signage as is. He's asked me to convey to you how important, especially the potato is up here, which is the logo for his business. The channel letters are roughly 20 inches high. The potato is about 26 inches high. Also a remind the potato. The signage is plexiglass. It has neon behind it, so it does shine out. One thing I would also like to say is that I took this photo, at night, and unfortunately, maybe it's me, maybe I don't know how to take good photographs at night, but the photo makes it look much brighter than it actually is. And when you walk this street at night, the signage at Potatopia does not shine any brighter than that at Starbucks. So with that, I think that was all I wanted to tell you. That's it. I'm happy to take your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
I think I heard, but I just wanted to get it straight, that the Starbucks and Duane Reade signs were approved by Landmarks?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the portion of the sign sitting above the business name, I believe it's the potato, to be a bit too much, especially when the entire thing is illuminated at night, and wonders whether it could be moved down to the transom above the door. Thank you.
Christabel Guth.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. A difficult thing from the start, district boundaries. Here, the 6th Avenue subway excavation destroyed historic buildings. Chairman Charles Platt wanted to cut out the hard-to-defend, hard-to-regulate strips that resulted, but public testimony persuaded him to drop a plan for 18 smaller but more intact districts. As he said, the villagers were very polite, but they hated it, his 18 small district proposal. So the decision was made to include those transitional zones in one whole Greenwich Village Historic District. Here is a perfect example of why. This ordinary commercial building stands at a major intersection in the shadow of the Jefferson Market Courthouse with its clock tower, designed by Frederick Clark Withers and Calvert Vaux. and just to the south, the 1834 Greek Revival Catholic Church of St. Joseph. 30 years ago, the area was full of gigantic illuminated signs of the most indiscreet kind. Crazy Eddie, his prices are insane. Slowly, over the years, bit by bit, the Commission moved these newer buildings and their advertising into a subsidiary role so that the clock tower and the church could dominate the historic vista. Generations of effort went into this, and I'd like to add that the Duane Reade sign is the result of having been greatly reduced by the Commission at hearing, and Starbucks was also modified. Now comes this violation, this 2-foot-high, brightly glowing chrome yellow plastic representation of a potato, a design originated, according to Google, in the Menlo Park Food Court at Edison, New Jersey. It will be the first thing you see coming out of the subway. Do visitors flock to Greenwich Village for the microwaving of a cold baked potato with various toppings? Or is it because they crave giant internally illuminated plastic advertising? Time will tell. The LPC cannot regulate use, but it can regulate how use is advertised. Mall-generated fast food franchises need to realize an historic district is not just another food court. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval, but they also note that the edge of the sign be darkened and a darker face around the logo.
I believe they're talking about the bracket sign there. So they're suggesting painting, yeah, this is what they told me, painting the outside of the bracket sign a dark color to match the facade.
You mean the width of the sign? Is
Yes.
that right? Okay.
Yes.
And that's something you can do, or?
I'm sure that's something that the business owner would be absolutely amenable to. I'd also like to point out that I think that without a sign ban, this sign actually is a lot less obtrusive, a lot lighter than what's next door at Starbucks. So I think it makes less of an impact on the neighborhood overall. And that, as I mentioned, that potato is very important to the business owner. It is the logo for the company. He feels like his business depends on that to be successful. And he does not want to remove it from the face of the building because if his only other option is to put it inside the display glass someplace, he feels like that's going to obscure natural light from coming in to the storefront. And this is a very long and narrow storefront space, and that's his only source of natural light. So he doesn't want to put anything in front of the windows. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. I don't have any issues with the sign. I've come out of that subway many times. I mean, one of the things over here is that it's a big enough building and it has just 3 retail stores. And so I think the building itself is not overpowered by signage. So,
All bad.
I'm sorry?
It's all bad.
It's it's sort of the nature of some portions of 6th Avenue.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I mean, I don't think that this is a particular high point of the district, this particular set of signs, but for whatever it's worth, they all do kind of stay in the center of the band, and it is that one yellow oval that strays up, and it would be better, I think, if it were not there.
Okay.
Not a big deal, but it would be better. I think it had it appeared before us at the outset, so I would ask for it to be brought down in line, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, the order is not, I don't know, it's historical, it's just sort of random.
Can I
Yes.
pop in too? I think in comparison to the 2 that were approved by Landmarks Commission, apparently, I think this sign is far away a better sign and more inventive and just interesting. It's on a big black, the mid-century modern manufacturers Hanover was one thing. All right, it's changed, but I think this sign, the way it is, with The potato is terrific. No problem with it at all for me.
All right, other comments? Okay, is the commission okay with approving as is? Okay. John? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I missed it last time. Yes, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thrilled to get the opportunity to do one about the Spud. In the matter of docket number 15, 4630, 378 6th Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to legalize the installation of illuminated signage without Landmark Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building is not one for which the Greenwich Village Historic District was designated. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of signage did not damage, obscure, or detract from any significant architectural features of the building, that the placement, size, materials, finishes, and internal illumination of the letters and logo are consistent with such aspects of signage typically found at mid-20th century commercial buildings of this type, and with commission-approved signage at other storefronts at this building, that the letters and logo are well scaled to the storefront and building, and the installation maintains a harmonious horizontal alignment with the commission-approved signage at the neighboring storefronts at this building, that the 6th Avenue is a highly commercial thoroughfare, and that the quantity and size of the illuminated letters and logo at the sign band, along with the illuminated bracket sign, will be compatible with its context and not detract from streetscape views, and that the installation does not include exposed conduit or junction boxes.
That's it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item, item number 10 on the agenda, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 171673, 235 Bleecker Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2. This is a complex of buildings between 1822 and 1859 and altered circa 1870 in the Italianate style. The application is to legalize the installation of a storefront in non-compliance with Certificate of No Effect 165887.
Good morning, Commissioners. Gabriella Katowski, Preservation staff. This application is for 235 Bleecker Street, located between Carmine and Cornelia Street in the Greenwich Village Extension 2 Historic District. It's to legalize storefront infill in non-compliance with Certificate of No Effect. So I'm going to skip to the last page in your packet to explain. At the time of designation, there were two storefronts, modern infill with modern exterior security roll-down gates and housing. The applicant received a certificate of no effect for a new storefront infill. Once construction started, as seen in this photograph, LPC staff was made aware that a portion of brownstone lintel was revealed by the removal of the modern cladding. So that is seen in this blow-up here, which is located right here in your photographs. That lintel, staff visited the site and was told by the contractor that that lintel does not span the full width of the storefront opening and is just partial. It was retained and covered by the new storefront infill. The second component for you to look at today involves this center pier. The approval was for that brick pier to remain revealed. Currently, it is painted white and covered approximately 1.5 inches on each side by the storefront molding. And the project architect is here to answer any questions, but those are the issues before you today.
Do we have any questions for, you have some questions? You want them to describe it a little more clearly? Can the applicant come and just explain? I hope so. Yes.
Just state your name, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Winnie. I'm here on behalf of the architect Jung-Wor Chin. What questions?
Okay, so so what happened? You received a permit, right? And then the issue was during construction you found out that there's this, I guess, lintel or something, and then you reported that. You came to the staff and told us about it?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
and we put in an amendment, and we did amend our drawings to try to reflect that. And then as we continue building, there's also other slight modification that we had to do in terms of keeping the floor inside flush. Hence, the doors have to be raised a little bit just so people can walk in through the door correctly on the street side.
Okay, and the issue with the pier, I don't know if you can just explain that, or Gabrielle, what is the issue with the pier?
So for staff level storefront approvals, the storefront needs to be installed within the existing storefront opening, and any pier is left exposed. So the brick facade actually is currently painted, so the applicant could have repainted the brick red, which is grandfathered, but it needed to remain exposed and the storefront infill just within the opening, and instead it's painted white and the storefront infill overlaps it by a few inches on either side.
Right, so the thing is that otherwise they basically have to take out that entire piece in front, right? Because
well,
the pier is...
The plasters would have to be cut back.
Right.
It's just a piece of wood on two sides, and we just painted the brick. Because it used to be two different stores, but when we combined the store to make one cohesive store, we wanted to make one cohesive storefront. So that's why we just painted it to match all the colors, so it looks like one store instead of two different stores.
May I jump in? I'm Alex.
Sure.
You have to speak in front.
I'm Alex. I'm the business owner of Bizucha. What we used to have the two storefronts with two security gates. Initially, we were not going to remove them. And then we know that it doesn't look as good to have a security gate, especially on a street like this, on a building of that notoriety. So we had interacted with Landmark and asked if we were removing the gates, would we be able to cover what was already covered with wood. And we proposed the storefront that you see just under. Just to be clear, this brick is exactly the same amount of brick uncovered as it used to be here. Even a little more uncovered brick. But we painted it white. That's the one thing that's different.
But the brick was already painted, but it was painted the brick color, is that correct?
That's
it wasn't
correct.
unpainted, yeah.
And the security housing, the housing for the security gates was installed on top of the pier. So that's what that
So it's been
was referring
removed.
to
That's
when,
been removed,
at the
yeah.
time of designation, part of the pier was covered by the security gate housing tracks.
And then just to,
Right, so it's not, they can't, so that's why it can't be done at staff level and before us. Yeah.
and just to clarify the other point about the historic element that was exposed and then covered over, it says in the permit that the applicant should call the commission when a historic material is exposed. So that was exposed and then covered up again without our having looked at that. So.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Oh, sorry, I haven't taken testimony, just before I do that. Yes, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the signage pediment to be too heavy-handed and its stark white color to be a bit alien and overwhelming to this facade. With so many historic storefronts in Greenwich Village, perhaps further study could produce a more appropriate result.
Okay, are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends, well, they've asked us to postpone the hearing and ask the applicant to come back. Okay. So really haven't taken a position because they've asked the applicants to come back. Yes.
Yeah, I think that the question is whether or not we want to restore the two different sized storefronts. And I'm not convinced about that, that we absolutely need to do that. I mean, the historic material is sort of behind.
I mean, one thing about this is that it's, finally, in the end, it's reversible, so another person, there could be new people coming in and doing something to their storefronts, and so it's just not permanent. It's, these are all pieces that they put on top. I mean, I've passed by here, and it's a legalization. I don't think we have to always support legalization just because it's there. I think we should look at them critically, but I don't really see any problem with this facade as is. And I say that particularly because I know that this is reversible and can change over time.
Also, I think that the two awnings does at least
A little bit.
give the
Yeah, sort of
sense of
separation.
of the two.
Right.
What do you think?
Okay.
Okay. We can close the hearing, and Diana, go ahead.
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, 235 Bleecker Street, Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2, item 171673. The application is to legalize the installation of a storefront in noncompliance with certificate of no effect, 165887. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2. I recommend approval, finding that the brownstone lintel concealed beneath an exterior roll-down security gate was retained in place when the security gate was removed and was not damaged by the installation of the storefront infill and related signage. That while a portion of the masonry pier has been concealed and painted white, this work is not detracted from the overall storefront design, and that the installation of the new storefront infill featuring white paneled profiled wood framing, paneled bulkheads, and large display windows and doors with transoms was largely in compliance with the original approval. I think that's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved, and we will break for lunch and come back at 12:30? Okay, great.
Well, okay. Okay, Commissioner, so the next item on the agenda is item 12, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 170719. This is 355 West Broadway, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a loft building built circa 1880 and altered in 1958, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 355 West Broadway in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the east side of the street between Broome and Grand Streets. For your reference, this is the historic tax photograph, and these are the existing conditions photographs. Please note that additions have been added to the building incrementally over time, some of which are visible from a public thoroughfare. The proposal includes expanding the existing rooftop addition and second-story rear yard additions, adding an elevator bulkhead, and removing a portion of the existing first-floor addition to create a courtyard. There are two components visible from public thoroughfares. This section down here, the rectangular portion, above the existing addition, and this section here, where the lot line facade becomes taller as part of the enlargement of the rooftop addition. The applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Rick Azar. I'd like to thank LPC staff member Emma Waterloo for her assistance in bringing this item to your attention today. 355 West Broadway, let's get this here, is a three-story, three-bay building with a rooftop addition and raised skylight. Proposed is a restoration program for the primary elevation, expansion of the existing rooftop addition, this area here, and expansion at the second floor rear yard, and again a removal of approximately 8.5 feet of the back portion of the building at the first floor to create a small garden. Okay. Here, we've already gone through the primary elevation. This is the rear yard area. We can see that it's completely built in. Over here to the right, we have 355 West Broadway. We can see the 1958 rear yard addition We can see the 1880 version, or the back of the 1880 expansion of the building, which was done when this building was built. Here, a small greenhouse at the second story, and the first floor, which extends all the way back to the rear property line. Here is a photograph facing west. Again, the rooftop addition, the 1880 third floor, the second floor garden area, and more photographs facing west from the first floor terrace, or the terrace created by the first floor. This is a bulk study which we use to show how the building is being expanded. Here at the top, from non-visible points of view, I might add, are the existing bulk of the building in red, and below we can see the expansion proposed in yellow. Here is the West Broadway facade of the building. We can see the 1958 rooftop addition, and here is the expansion going back, where the north lot line wall that Ms. Waterloo pointed out previously will be raised with brick to match its appearance. Here we have an elevator bulkhead. Here is another view of the same sort of expansion. We can see the expansion here on the second floor going farther back into the rear yard. And here at the very back of the building is the cutout that Ms. Waterloo talked about, where we will create a very small garden area. This is the proposed condition elevation for the rear yard. The mechanical bulkhead here, the chimney raised here, new windows built back over the existing rooftop addition. Again, the 1889 third floor remaining the same with some window replacement, and the expansion at the second floor moving back. Again, I'd just like to point out the photographs here. This is an existing condition. Here is the bulkhead, or the mock-up with the bulkhead as seen from West Broadway. And here is a rendering showing the brick to match and the raising of the north lot line wall. And here, the mechanical bulkhead. This work is visible for about a 50-foot stretch of West Broadway from right across the street at 355 going to the corner over here. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? All right. No questions for now, at least. We'll take testimony. Historic Districts Council, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the added bulk to the rooftop to be unnecessary, given that the existing shape of the addition could easily be flattened and extended without added height. The visibility could be greatly diminished if the proposed massing were simplified. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Any additional speakers? Right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. All right, I just have a question about the visibility. Have you looked at ways in which you could just, remass the building at the back so that the visibility is reduced or eliminated altogether?
Yes, and in fact...
Yeah, if you could just come up and maybe just tell us what's creating that within your floor plates and whether small changes you can make that can eliminate it.
Yes, I believe most of what's visible here has to do with the raised bulkhead, or the raised north facade here. But in terms of the bulkhead, about 18 to 20 inches of it is going to be visible. We do have some play within the floor plates to move it a little farther back. This has since come up after the renderings were done. We will be able to diminish it perhaps by half of what we see here now, but it will be less. How much less, I really can't say right now.
If you go to drawing LPC 006, could you tell us possibly what moves you could make to reduce the visibility?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, this bulkhead area here,
Yeah.
and this parapet wall here could be moved a little farther back. We think about maybe 2 feet.
If you didn't have this pitched roof, would that reduce the visibility? Do you have to have these?
We don't see the pitched roof at all.
Okay, but do you have to have that parapet wall if you had a flat roof?
If there was a flat roof there, my understanding is that the rules would allow us to have, not have a parapet there, if it was flat and inaccessible.
So isn't most of this, I mean, part of it is the parapet that's forming one side of the pitched roof. The other is just the bulkhead side wall,
Correct.
right? The front wall.
That's correct.
So if you push that back and you just flatten the roof, wouldn't the visibility be even more diminished? Yeah.
Well, we think, I believe that a portion of this north-facing parapet wall could be lowered a little bit. It wouldn't be as high. What we've done is we've leveled it off, going from its peak, going back. Again, if I can just show here, from here going back this way.
Yeah.
You
could actually incline it, is that right?
We could incline it back down a little bit. What we could do here is flatten this here, but again, this height of this mechanical bulkhead for the elevator really is going to remain pretty much the same. The only thing that we might be able to do is to move it farther back this way by approximately 2 feet. That would reduce the visibility from West Broadway.
So we're not seeing that parapet on the side at all. It's only the bulkhead,
No, you're seeing,
Yeah, we are seeing it, right?
you are seeing it.
So
Let me show
it does have an impact, right? Then that can be removed. Okay.
Yes, because here's what we see from the street now, that part of the north lot line, and obviously there's nothing up there. And here, again, is that same photograph, and below, the rendering with this filled in, as this north lot line wall gets leveled off, and right here, we have the elevator bulkhead, and that parapet wall in front of it. So yes, this would be diminished, you're correct.
Could you go to 14, the section?
I'm sorry, which page, sir?
LPC 014. What is the height? I can't really read it.
Yeah.
What is the height of the new room on the top floor that is under the gable?
Commissioner, I can't make it out from here.
There you go, okay. Yeah, okay, because I mean, it seems, go ahead, that would be my question.
Okay.
Wait.
Thank you.
I can't tell you. Okay.
It's invisible.
Okay, I believe the total height, including the floor plate, is 15 feet.
Thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
So at this point, everything that you've marked in yellow is a necessary addition at the top height. Is that true? It's not.
You're right. The height in terms of the space, the living space itself,
Yeah.
could be adjusted, but in terms of the height for the bulkhead, the elevator bulkhead,
Right.
that can't be adjusted. We can move it a little farther back.
Yeah.
We can't make it shorter.
Right.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right. In that case, we can close the hearing. I recommend they work with staff to try and reduce the bulkhead. And it seems that they can do a few things. They can push the bulkhead and the elevator shaft further, I guess in one direction, further away from the front facade and by 2 feet. And I think they should rethink their roof levels as well and the parapet walls and whether they really need them. And I mean, if it has no effect, I think it's okay. But if it has an effect, I think clearly they can do some things to reduce it.
I agree, but I think that given the fact that this is seen over a 1958 edition,
Yeah.
and it's seen with the backdrop of a considerably taller building behind it, it'd be nice to reduce it a little bit, but I don't think it's all that critical to eliminate visibility. I mean, it's not like we're seeing something over a federal house.
I agree with you as well. That seems fine. But we'll ask them to sort of try and make it less visible because there are some things they can do, and otherwise, even if it's still visible, it does have the backdrop, and that would mitigate it. Okay. So we can move to Kim. Diana, did you read last time or no?
Yes, I think so.
Kim.
Before lunch. Okay. The new one?
Yes.
In the matter of 355 West Broadway, application is to construct a rooftop and rear yard additions. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of the proposed additions at the roof and rear yard will not eliminate any significant historic or architectural features, that the proposed work will not diminish the historic massing or profile at the rear of the building, which has been significantly altered with multiple additions, that the building is currently built out to the full lot and is not part of an intact row. Therefore, the proposed work will not eliminate a rear yard or detract from the intact central green space or unified row. That the proposed work will not alter the building typology or overwhelm the block, which features a variety of rear yard incursions and massing profiles. That the increase in height of the northern lot line facade seen above the historic dormers of the neighboring federal-style house will be modest and maintain a simple profile, which will visually align with the lot line facade of the neighboring store and loft building when seen from a public thoroughfare, thereby helping to remain subordinate to the background element. That the rooftop addition will be seen from public thoroughfares from limited views above the existing addition within the context of neighboring buildings of different massing types and against the backdrop of a taller lot line facade, and will be simply designed and feature materials and finishes which will blend with their context, helping to recede from view. That the addition of the second floor level and its alterations to the first floor addition will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, and that the removal of a portion of a modern rear yard addition creating a modest courtyard at the rear will not eliminate any historic fabric or alter the character of the building. However, the rear addition, the gable at the rear addition is atypical historic massing.
I think we need to,
Are we going
we need to
for it?
modify that a little bit. It's not about the gable, it's
Let's
about
go.
pushing back the...
Right, just say that, right, that... Right. I don't think we need, I think we could just say working with staff to reduce the visibility.
However, we recommend that the applicant work with staff to reduce the visibility of the height of the
Mechanical.
roof addition.
Roof addition. Okay, second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 13 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173435. This is 351 Canal Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a store building with neo-Gothic-style elements designed by W.H. Gaylor and built in 1871 to 72. The application is to modify openings, relocate cast iron panels, and replace infill vault covers and steps.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 351 Canal Street at the northeast corner of Canal Street and Wooster Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The building historically had display windows facing Canal Street and double-hung windows with a higher sill facing Wooster. At the base of the building is a cast iron platform with steps and vault lights. The vault lights are generally in a deteriorated condition. The proposal is for work at the Canal Street and Wooster Street ground floor, as well as the platform and the steps. You see at most of the bays on the Wooster Street facade. They would like to enlarge the window openings by removing cast iron sills that you see here, and this panel will be relocated. So you see the panels here, it's going to be relocated down there. This will be done in conjunction with replacing modern infill throughout the building base. At 4 bays, 2 at each facade, they are proposing at-grade entrances. The decorative cast iron panel that I just showed you will be, 2 of those bays will be relocated to bays at the Canal Street facade, which doesn't have the panels. They're also proposing to replace the cast iron vault-like covers with new covers matching the historic condition, except for the platform sections that will be removed for the at-grade entrances. The applicant, Al Carmen, is here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you. Yeah, you work with me and I'll hand point. I brought show and tell. When we get to the cast iron section, I think this would be kind of interesting to look at. Initially, what we want to do is restore the entire building, including the cornice and the cast iron work above the first floor, so that the cornice will be leveled out, will be reframed, would be restored. We're not pulling it out. There'll be just whatever has to be done will be done to it, just replace some missing elements. So that takes care of the cornice. And from the first floor up, the intention is to replace all the missing cast iron sections, in particular the cast iron column capitals. We're missing about 70 of them. And then we're going to scrape and paint it. But this is standard. The plot thickens when we get down to the first floor, and then which I want to approach what they intend to do on the first floor. If you want to get visually, just to look at this, this is what we hope to be the end result. The windows will be elongated. We're going to introduce transom panels above the window. And we'd like to introduce street entry at the canals, directly at the street. So that means we have to cut into the cast iron sidewalk or raised platform on both sides, Canal and Worcester. I think the next. This is a existing elevation from here down. This is what it looks like now. This is on Canal Street. Canal Street, by the way, has no panels underneath the window. They're just plain block. On the Worcester Street side, we have fixed windows. This is a store entrance at one time, and this is the residential entrance. This has fixed panels here, but they're relatively high. So between the raised platform and the cast iron panel, visibility is pretty awful. So we're thinking of taking the panels out and lowering them in that section. We took a section out, and fortunately it works well. It's a steel frame behind it. It's a relatively simple system to secure. So basically what you're going to do is wind up with this look on both sides, Canal Street. These are new. They'll be cast iron. They'll be replaced just to match similar to what's on the Worcester Street side. And then, of course, the entry doors. And we'll talk about the entry doors when we get to the entry doors. This is the Worcester Street side. Basically, this is what it looks like now. There is a fixed door here, and of course the door's there. And there's a sidewalk access somewhere over here. This is what it'll look like with the panels lowered and the windows lowered also. This now, the entry. By the way, this is the existing door, which is located very close to the corner of Canal. It's on Worcester Street. It has a split. This was a double door at one time. There's still a padlock there, which is kind of gorgeous. Which I'm going to save padlocks. But that was a double door at one time. The problem with this is that this is 5.0, and by the time you get the trim in it, you're going to have about a 2'6" door, which is ADA non-compliant. So that's been my big problem, because in retail, I like to have one come in and one go out, so it'd be nice to have two doors. If it was 6'0", I would definitely use two 3-foot doors and call it a day. So with that option, we decided, or I'd like to do, is have two entry doors at each, both on Worcester and at Canal Street. This will be the fixed panel. This would be a door similar to what this looks like, with the panel down. And of course, the transom lights above. And that's that. Oh, by the way, this is a good section of the, let's jump onto the raised platform. This is a cast iron section that supports a very relatively simple system. This section here sits in front of a cast iron column, and it's bolted onto here, and it just sits on top of a bluestone step. And then the other channel is here, and there's a steel plate that sits on the entire framing system. And then within the steel plate, there is a hole that you drop in the lights. You'll see a better idea when we get to the next sheet. Voila. This is nothing but give you eye-level study. This is, okay. This is what it looks like with the panel, raised panel. This is what it looks like with the lower panel. This is the cast iron panels that exist now. That's the back of it. This block looks like, I can't account for it other than the fact it's cinder block, so I'm thinking it's somewhere in the same nature or was put in somewhere way back when.
But, I mean, but historically, were there panels on the Canal Street side?
No,
Never.
That definitely, it's black and plaster of the old vintage, you know, not the...
So you're proposing to put in panels where there were never panels?
Looks nice. Okay, sidewalk. This is what it looks like now. Not such great pictures, but this is the kind of interesting. I haven't seen anything like it. It's a glass light with a steel frame. It's not very strong, but nice. Basically, we have both the risers, which is around the whole entire perimeter, which is glass lights. And of course, we have the panels. Again, there's another view of it. These are cast iron from here. It's all 1/4 inch thick cast iron with an inset of the glass lights. And it's on a very simple framing system. The framing system is here, here, and then bearing on the bluestone. So it's kind of interesting. And it's in good shape. The framing is in good shape. Cast iron is cracked at the 1 inch crack, and the lights are totally rusted out. Okay. Here's a better example of the light, the typical panel. Again, this is the framing system. It's bolted onto the column below, cast iron column. It bears on the bluestone here, and there's a channel underneath that carries this section of it. What's happening is it's cracking here because it's there. You know, of course, look at it. So that we have to take care of. And these are inlays. In other words, they're coming like 3 foot by 1 foot, and they just drop them in like that. So it's a kind of interesting pattern. And that's what it's going to look like with the doors. And that'd be that.
Are there questions for the applicant? Any questions? Right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC wishes to commend the applicant on a very impressive proposal that responds to historic documentation for the building, sensitively reuses existing materials, leaves the existing fire escapes intact, and takes a refreshing approach to providing ADA access. We urge the Commission to approve this proposal, which we hope will serve as an example for others to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Right. Community Board 2 recommends approval of the cast iron panels, but they are recommending against the removal of the platform and vault lights. That's what that's their recommendation to us. Okay, do you want to respond to that about?
Oh, yeah, I need them. It's ADA requirement. What's happening, this level's higher, you know, because of course of the platform. So what we want to do is make an entry here and have an elevator access to this level. So that requires a direct street access rather than put something in front of the, on the exterior side. And it works better.
Do you need both of them?
The reason I want both of them on both sides is basically we don't know how this is going to split up. It's going to split up. I don't know for example, the second floor is going to be retail too. So I don't know how it's going to be married or it's going to be split up or one single store. So I'm
Yeah. Comment? Can I?
Yes. Okay. So if there are no other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Okay. Yes. Comments, Adi?
Yeah, I think I do have a little concern about removing the panels and dropping them lower. And I think that that has to do with, I'd like to hear what others think, but my hesitation around it has to do with the fact that these buildings, I mean, part of the quality of being on these streets and walking up against these buildings is that they're not made to accommodate necessarily, shopping. They remind you of a different time in the city. They're slightly intimidating. It's kind of above you. It's more industrial or something else. And I think that scale of walking on the street in this part of Soho Canal Street is kind of important to retain, rather than dropping everything kind of down to this kind of retail market. I find that changes the building and the experience of the building on the street pretty dramatically to drop those panels on the side street. And the fact that they never existed on Canal Street means that, to me, that maybe they ought not. I mean, I don't understand why it's necessary to recreate them. So, I mean, it seems like those are two opposite things, and yet I think it's pretty important to keep them at the level, the height where they are.
Yes.
Can I ask a related question?
Yes. Yes, please come forward.
Would it be possible from an ADA point of view to put a ramp at the north end on Worcester Street and ramp up and then keep the platform?
You can, but it's going to destroy that whole step area. For example,
this is right.
Yeah, if you want to go back to the
where that railing is, right?
Yeah, this is the residential entrance. The steps going up, and if I were to do that, I would destroy a lot of this here. Just to
so it would be you have to be going up how many? It looks like it's 2 steps.
It's about 3 feet tall. 2 steps, about, and then there's another step. Yeah, it's roughly about 2 foot 6 inches before you have to go up there, or close to.
Right, but I mean, you are lowering the interior.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still need a door, and I'll still need.
Right.
I just lose. The other thing too, walking on this is not easy. It's kind of treacherous. It's got a lot of bumps, and it's not like the regular cast iron. This raises up, and then you got these grooves that they're all over the place. So it's not a healthy thing to walk on. My way of thinking, because I was considering putting that in the front entrance, to give it more character. I'm running into tripping hazards with the height of the glass. So, I'm kind of nervous about that.
Thank you.
Can I mention about, I walked all around Green Street and the Worcester Street and what have you. I couldn't find any justification why there's such a space between the raised platform and the bottom of the panel. So I was looking for a reason, somewhere along the line. Most of them in both the whole cast iron district, they're all lower. So I took tons of photographs and thought it's so simple. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we can close the hearing.
Come on.
All right, so other comments? Go ahead.
I think that the lowering of the bulkheads is acceptable to me. I think that the presence of what looks like maybe modern CMU on the interior suggests to me that they may have been raised or moved at some point. Anyway, so I think that's okay. I'm having a little harder time with breaking up the loading dock, the raised platform, which is, it's pretty unusual to have that much of it so continuous. I think that the way they've done it is very reasonable. I'm just thinking if there were a way to somehow preserve some more continuity of it, but the applicant's right. If you were to put a ramp in, it would kill a lot of it in length. So I'm okay with it. I'm just struggling a little bit with the platform.
All right, other comments? Yes, Fred, go ahead.
I'm struggling a little bit, not doing it once, but doing it twice for speculative reasons. I'm just wondering, maybe we should do it once, and then if the applicant has to subdivide, then you come back and we do it again. I mean, it is eliminating historic material just for a speculative reason that might not be required if they get a tenant who needs the whole space. I don't know if that's a reasonable request, but it's a way of saving more historic fabric.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that if we don't know how the space is going to be subdivided, and we don't even know if it's going to be subdivided. So perhaps at this time, maybe the commission just feels that because they are taking away historic fabric, to limit it to one and provide, yeah, it's not a very large space, it's true. I mean, before they had two, but if you look at the stores in this neighborhood, they're becoming larger and larger. So, would that make sense? And that, I think, addresses your concern. The dropping of the panels, are the other commissioners fine with that?
Which street? One drops them, the other one inserts them new.
Yeah. It's how it's...
I think if you go, I mean, probably the place to look at is page 4 of 10 and page 3 of 10, because that'll show you the changes.
Page 6.
Which one are you doing? Wait.
In other words, take out one of the entrances. Oh.
No, we
Oh,
saying
Street.
Which street are you going to let them drop?
Well, no, the question is the commission fine with what they're proposing in terms of this change, which affects both street frontages?
Well, I'm more for, you could do one street, I'm just saying.
No, you're talking about removing the loading dock area for the door.
Oh, that, yes, we...
You're just talking about dropping the bulkheads.
Right, yeah.
So the other commissioners are okay with it?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, and just in terms of the entrance, I guess, just to be clear, presumably, I mean, which entrance are we talking about? Okay, they can, okay, will be limited one, right? Okay. Okay.
If you need it that way, yeah.
Okay, good, so then, that sounds good. Okay, Michael? Yes.
Regarding 351 Canal Street, Soho Cast Iron Historic District, the application is to modify openings, relocate cast iron panels, replace infill, vault covers, and steps. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that although the building historically featured shorter openings with double-hung windows at the base of the Worcester Street facade when compared to the Broadway facade, this difference was not a significant feature of the overall design. That the replacement of the existing modern infill with new wood and glass display windows and transoms will eliminate unsympathetic alterations. That the alterations will maintain horizontal bands, basic proportions, details, and levels of articulation and transparency that are in keeping with the style and character of the building and will thereby support the historic organization and character of the building. That the existing sills to be removed are not unique features in themselves, and their removal in conjunction with this uniform alteration to the building base will be consistent with the character of the building. That all of the decorative cast iron panels will be reinstalled in a lower location or in a similar location at the Canal Street facade, which maintains its basic functional role and a compatible relationship with the columns. That the proposed wood and glass display windows and transoms and the relocated cast iron panels serving as bulkhead cladding will be in keeping with historic storefront components found on buildings of this type and style and age within this historic district in terms of their placement, materials, proportions, design, and details. That proportions of the cast iron vault historic covers and steps were replaced prior to the designation of the historic district. And the majority of the remaining portions are severely deteriorated and clad with diamond plate. Therefore, the replacement of the remaining deteriorated units will not eliminate any intact historic fabric. That the historic vault covers were unique and served as a platform, emphasizing the prominence of the building. Therefore, the restoration of this element will help return a significant characteristic to the design. That the installation of an at-grade entrance at a bay adjacent to an area where a section of the historic cast iron platform was already removed and replaced with sloped hatch doors will not eliminate an existing portion of the vault cover and will help provide barrier-free access in the least intrusive way possible. That the proposed door and side panel designs will be well scaled to their locations and compatible with the style of the building in terms of their materials, design, details. That the freestanding pedestal with door opener and push plate will be simply designed and typical of installations of this type in terms of placement and will not be anchored to any historic fabric. That the existing fire alarm bell will be relocated from its current location to a modern stucco area at a less prominent bay. That the selective replacement of damaged cast iron vault covers and bluestone steps is warranted by their deteriorated condition, and that new bluestone steps and cast iron glass vault light covers will closely match the historic steps and covers in terms of material design, dimensions, and details, thus preserving the aesthetics of these significant features. Right. However, I find that eliminating the presence of portions of the vault covers and creation of multiple at-grade entrances will diminish the prominence and solidity of the platform. That the condition of several of the vault covers has not been adequately documented, and that the unpainted finish of the metal pedestal, centered placement of the fire alarm, well, we didn't talk about that one. So therefore, I recommend that only one at-grade entrance with automatic door opener be created, where a section of the vault cover has already been removed. That the condition of the historic vault...
I'm sorry, I'm just going to confirm. They're showing 2 entrances at each bay. Is it okay for them to have the drop at 2 bays or only at 1?
At 2 bays in one location only. That the condition of the vault covers be more thoroughly documented. And I think that's pretty much right, that the proposed...
Can we just
we
also
didn't really
note
talk
that,
about the...
that a single entrance, particularly in light of the fact that it's speculative right now in terms of how many retail stores.
Well, the one thing that struck me about this that we really didn't focus on is that there might be a better reason to go one way versus another, because in one location there's already been a removal of some of the base to make the sloping access
Right,
doors.
so maybe
that
we-
might be the better place to go, which is what the staff is suggesting, I
Right.
think, which I think is
The
makes
Broadway,
sense.
the Broadway facade has a hatch door, so in that section, there is
That would be
currently
the better
a cut.
place.
So we can work with him about that, having it on the Broadway side.
But, I mean, do we want to note the anything with the bell?
Canal
or
Street side.
The bell? I mean, we didn't talk about that, so. The alarm
I
bell?
think because it's for accessibility that you, what is the bell for?
No, there's some kind of, it says fire alarm bell be shifted to a less prominent location closer to the side of the, work with staff on
Yeah, they
location
could-
of these kind of
It's kind of
details.
it's a fairly minor thing, but on the facade, the placement of the fire bell is going to be over here. It's really hard to see. We just want it to be moved over to the corner a little bit.
Right, so it could work with staff to
Staff
find...
knows best on those matters.
Okay. Yes,
Usually you write in, you're going to preserve the historic material. He's taking out all of those panels.
Well, it sounds like he's
The panels
restoring
are,
those.
the panels, the cast iron panels are being reinstalled, so those will all be reused. They'll
Vault
lose
lights.
a cast iron sill, that will be removed because it's where it's being installed. And the vault lights, he's documented it's disrepair, so it's possible they may try to retain some of them, but the proposal at this point is to replace them all.
With
in
light.
kind, but keeping
With
the
light.
frames.
Right. Period.
all right, second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 14 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 178083. This is 220-224 12th Avenue, located within the West Chelsea Historic District. This is a complex of American round arch style warehouse buildings designed by George B. Mallory and Otto M. Beck and built in 1890-91. The application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead.
Good afternoon, Victor Timonik, Preservation staff. This is 220 12th Avenue in West Chelsea Historic District. The application is to enlarge an existing bulkhead at the roof. If you look at the roof plan, it's this one right here, closest to 28th Street. Here's a photo from 30th. It's this bulkhead here. You can see it enlarged in this location. Here's their mock-up. It's an existing elevator bulkhead. They're proposing to enlarge half of it to install a new elevator. And as you can see, 5 and 4 is where it's not visible, but 3, 2, and 1 is where there's visibility from a far distance. And that's shown on this sheet here. So in this location and here. Materials. The existing bulkhead is stucco, and so the new extension will also be stucco. This is the existing color of the stucco, and this is proposing a little bit darker. There'll be a metal stair also. And the architects are here if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions for the architect? Okay, it's just the bulkhead. Okay. I don't think we have any questions for you. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 4 recommends, they just, let me see. They recommend approval of the certificate of appropriateness application, but recommend that the applicants will work to devise a finish that will blend into the background, and that the applicant will not permit rooftop uses detrimental to the community. Is that their recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, I think they just want to make sure that the rooftop, the colors blends in with the other colors, and I think that's fine. They can work with staff. I don't know whether it's really our purview to talk about whether they should limit the uses at the rooftop. That's really up to them. Okay.
My turn to read.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All right. Yes. We're going to close it right now. Are there any more speakers? Any other speakers? We can close the hearing. All right. Go ahead.
In the matter of 220 and 224 12th Avenue, West Chelsea Historic District, the application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West Chelsea Historic District, noting that the visible bulkhead, water tanks, and mechanical equipment exists on the rooftop throughout the building complex, which is bordered by parking lot and small-scale buildings and rail yard to the south, and that a master plan exists for the installation of rooftop mechanical unit and not for bulkheads. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop elevator bulkhead will not result in loss of or damage to any significant architectural feature of the roof, that the presence of the moderately visible bulkhead, which will be seen in context with background buildings and other rooftop additions, helping it receive from view, will not detract from the streetscape, that the proposed rooftop bulkhead featuring beige stucco cladding will be harmonious with the materials palette of this building and adjacent rooftop additions, that the proposed work will not detract from the special historical architectural character of the building, the streetscape, or the West Chelsea Historic District.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, item 15, which is next on the agenda, is an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 172946. This is 134 East 62nd Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District, an Italianate-style residence designed by John Sexton and built in 1869 with alterations in 1920, designed by Peabody, Wilson, and Brown. The application is to replace ironwork.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 134 East 62nd Street on the south side of East 62nd Street between Lexington and Park Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. The proposal is to replace the existing areaway fence with a higher fence and gate and replace the existing basement window security grille. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
I'm Walter Melvin, the consultant, the architect of the project. The nature of the project is to install a new fence in front of the building, to replace the window grille in this window, and to install a door matching the front door in the service entrance. Which now, the door there now is an inappropriate door. We are going to redo the courtyard surfaces and steps with a bluestone mixed concrete paving, and we're proposing a new fence, which, if I can figure out how to do this, where did that go? Okay, this is the courtyard elevation here. Let's hold the fence for a second, I'm sorry. We're proposing replacing this grilled window, the grill in this window. This is the grill that's there now. It was put in sometime apparently since the 1920s. There are some other similar grills in the neighborhood to that, but it doesn't have any relationship to the window that's behind it. So we'd like to put in a much simpler grill and make that sort of disappear in the picture here. The door here is matching the original door. The door that's there now is a flush door. This building originally had a stoop, which was removed, the whole block had stoop. And this is the 1920s conversion after the stoop removal. All of the masonry is staying as it is. The steps are being reconfigured slightly, and the fence, which is now a lower fence, is going to be raised to be 5'9", which is about this high. The scale figure here is obviously a much smaller person than I am. There will be a mailbox installed here. This will be the gate area. At the other end of the block, let's see if I can find my way here. This is the entire block. Our building that we're talking about is this one here. It's the end building on the block that comes out against the projecting building on the Lexington Avenue end of the block. The opposite end of the block has a higher fence, similar height to what we're looking for. Actually, I think it's a little taller. The purpose of this fence is that we have a lot of people collecting there, sleeping there at night, coming in. Makes it a hazardous kind of situation for coming in and out of the building. And being as the end building, it seems sort of contained, so people do end up hanging out there. So it's a security fence. There are a number of other taller fences in the neighborhood. This is across the street. This is the other end of the block. This has some glorious gold painted arrowheads on top of the fence, which we have foregone for a much simpler circular pattern, as you can look at in your details. These are typical window grills throughout the neighborhood. There is sort of standard grills, and then there are some that have this sort of cross panel. That's the one that we have now. You can see that there are bars and things that have nothing to do with the window that's behind it. So we just would like to simplify it without having it be stylized. I mean, this sort of deco style here or whatever is more than we want for that grill.
Can you turn for a second to your image of 133? It's not the page number, it's the building number. It's the next
one.
Either the previous slide. Yeah, right there on the bottom.
This one here.
Can you tell how the fence there is returning? Do you know what's going on there? Is
this fence here is returning back to the building there.
Is it returning straight back, or is it making a kind of like a...
No, it goes straight back.
No, look at this. It seems to be doing some other kind of a figure there.
No, it has a corner pier here.
Okay, so it is a pier.
It's transparent.
I know.
And then it returns back to the building as a straight fence, as I recall.
Okay.
Anything you want to miss, Chris?
No.
Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, are there any speakers on this item? Oh, Okay, please come forward, Barbara.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. In addition to lamenting the replacement of the existing decorative window grille with one that is far less appealing, HDC also found the height on the new fence to be too tall and out of character with its neighbors in the district. We recommend that the applicant work with staff to bring down the height of the fence. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Any other speakers? All right, Community Board 8 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then.
So move.
All right, comments?
Yeah, so what I was getting at was that I think it's, I don't know that I'm as opposed to the height as some of the testimony, or Barbara Zay's testimony, but I am to the return, this kind of hard, straight back return, and adjacent to a building that doesn't have that height of fence, that really will feel, I think, like bars, sort of, that you're really trying to keep people out, and in that way alienate kind of the rest of the block. So I was interested in the building across the way because there was an articulation of some kind that was decorative at a return corner, and that kind of wasn't as stark and as sort of threatening, I think, as would be a fence that returned hard 6 feet over. So I thought that was another way of getting at it, which is why I was interested in that.
So you're talking about, I don't know, anywhere, this proposed areaway, so there should be some kind of thing at this corner.
Something, or some kind of return back. I mean, I just think that there's something about it, because, I mean, on the one side, on the west side, it's meeting up against a taller building and a building that projects forward, so it seems all right. I think on the east side, it's a little bit less friendly. And, I think it needs to be more friendly.
Sure, we'll reopen. Go ahead.
We were hopefully making this as transparent and simple as we could. That was the concept here, not to make it into an element, decorative element in the neighborhood. And it is only 5 feet tall, so it's only this tall. So it's not like.
All right, other comments? All right, so I'm at, any other comments? I'm just looking at what you were talking about, Adi. So the one, you're talking about the one that's directly opposite, and so it's a pier, but it's a pier that's in metal, is that right?
Yes, and I'm not saying that it needs to be a pier. I just think it needs to be taken back a little bit, or something that makes this corner less severe. I'm not saying that it needs to be a pier or identical to the one across the street, but I think the return there is the issue.
Adi, were you thinking about kind of rounding the corner? Was that one of the thoughts, or?
Pulling it back, revealing it back. I don't know, I don't want to design the thing. I just think it's, right now it's a bit severe. Can you describe it?
I know what you're describing.
No. Just to make sure I understood her.
I thought you said you didn't want to design it. No, I'm just joking. Okay.
Over and over, just give them a shot.
Yeah, I think that's right. So they can work with staff on that. Right, so I understand. Okay.
Correct.
I think that's a small movement they could easily do. I just want to make one other comment here that I think in this particular location and this situation, perhaps the taller fence is appropriate. I think that there may be other instances where this kind of height would not, I think, fit in with the character. But this block is a bit of an anomaly. I think its location's a bit of an anomaly as well, with the adjacent building being proud of the facade of the subject building, and that in fact you don't have a situation where the fence is actually creating one, sort of like a fence, like a yard or something. So I think because it nestles in with the adjacent building, it makes it less prominent and doesn't come across as something that feels like a real barrier on the street. And I would agree with Adi that maybe sort of articulating that corner will in fact make it feel more like a design element than something that's just a barricade. Okay, good. Fred, do you want to read that?
Yes. In the matter of 134 East 62nd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District, the application, what does it say, is to replace ironwork. I recommend approval, noting that although the grille to be removed may be historic, it does not feature a unique or intricately designed pattern and is not part of a uniform pattern of grills at the row. And in its current altered state, it does not relate well to the design of the building. That the presence of an areaway fence at this height in front of a building modified in the early 20th century and at the end of a row with neighboring apartment building on one side and with a similar tall fence and context at the opposite end of the row will be compatible with the specific conditions at this site and row. That the proposed fence and security grille will be simply designed and consistent with the ironwork found throughout the block and the historic district in terms of material, details, and finishes. That the cast stone coping at the existing retaining wall, which will also serve as the areaway curbing, will be simply designed well scaled to the areaway and finished to match the brownstone at the facade, helping it to remain a harmonious and discreet presence. That the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the building, street, or historic district, and that the applicant will work on the design of the corner of the fence to increase its design character.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 16. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 174429, 878 West End Avenue, Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. This is a Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Rosario and Candela and built in 1922 to 23. The application is to install a door and side lights.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Derek Dander and Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2 on the southeast corner of West End Avenue and West 103rd Street. The applicant is proposing to remove a non-historic double glass door assembly and install a black painted steel and glass door with black painted steel and glass side lights, all with decorative steel grills. The architect, Jeffrey Leiden, is here to present this application.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Leiden. I'm the architect for 878 West End Avenue. And with me is Scott Adams, the board president. The proposed work, as described by Derek, is solely the entrance area. There's an existing awning. There's an existing awning, as you said, and a aluminum storefront type door. These are the New York Public Library archive photographs. The city tax photos are not very clear. You can see the existing entrance consisted of a pair of doors with a high kick and some sort of decorative run down in the middle of the door. The goal of this restoration is not only to enhance the appearance of the entrance of the building and attempt to restore it back to what Rosario Candela may have originally designed, but also to make the building accessible to the handicapped. The existing opening is 5'10", so a pair of doors would not work, so we're proposing one door with side lights. We are also proposing to remove the ceiling of the existing canvas awning to expose the existing lintel that's over the front door, which is now concealed. There are approximately 27 Rosario Candela buildings in the neighborhood, and we identified 2 buildings which are similar in style to 878 West End Avenue, which is actually sort of a more modest design by Rosario Candela than some of the other of these buildings. So what, and then we also identified buildings in the neighborhood that have decorative steel doors with side lights. These are also some details that we pulled from other Candela buildings, which you'll see in the drawings we are referencing.
Can I just ask, you said in the neighborhood, do you mean in the city or the neighborhood?
No, West End Avenue, within 10 blocks.
This guy corners it.
He really cranked these babies out. There are a variety of different levels of finish in these buildings and elements. This one in particular, because the door is at grade and it has actually a ramp on the inside, is accessible except for the 2 doors, the entrance door and the lobby door. So it's a very important goal of this building to make the building accessible. So what we're proposing to do, again, we're exposing the lintel and then making a steel frame entrance with side lights. The design of the door, again, references the 2 other buildings, 240 West End Avenue, that has a circle pattern and a diamond. So you can see this is a very typical Candela design, as is this and these, and the side light then also mimics that diamond and circle design. Again, high kick to refer back to the original Candela designs. And then there's a detail. These are the exterior doors. This is just a construction detail of how that door is fabricated. It's actually very much similar to the Candela design door made out of steel tube. And we're adding insulated glazing. And then this references that 41 Fifth Avenue building, which is, again, a very typical Candela detail with that rope molding the leaves at the bottom.
As difficult as it is to read, sorry, the photograph seems to indicate that there were 2 doors.
There were 2 doors, yeah. And the masonry opening is 5'10". So if we were to replace 2 doors, neither would be ADA compliant. So the intent is to make one ADA compliant door with
But this particular...
Because double doors are not ADA compliant.
Yeah, they would not be ADA. They don't need
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. The door looks lovely, but you said it was, it's a fairly modest building, and it looks rather more ornate than the examples you showed. Maybe it's just a rendering.
So the detailing around the doorway is more modest than a lot of other Candela buildings. The entrance straight off of the sidewalk is also typical of the more modest Candela buildings. You go in and there's 2 steps down as opposed to a foyer with a flight of steps up.
Right.
Interior mahogany doors.
I think, were you talking about the
I was just
ironwork?
asking about the ironwork.
Yeah, the ironwork is isn't the ironwork heavier than what we've seen in some of the pictures?
Those are 2 Candela buildings there with the same kind of
Yeah, they're
detailing.
fine.
This is a Candela building, that's a Candela building.
Right, but
Right.
what
So
you're
what we're
rendering...
picking up is that kind of detailing, that or that.
I guess...
Maybe the edge
issue
is very detailed and just doesn't show
Right.
here.
I think when you look at your rendering, it seems that it's picked up these elements, but they put them very close together, and it's, those just seem to be more porous or more transparent than yours, which, especially the side lights, look that they're so heavy that, in fact, there's not much light going through them. So I don't know whether you could just, because it doesn't seem like you've seen a design, a Candela design, and you're replicating that. It seems like you picked up some elements and then changed it around.
Right, well, one of the things that's happening is these are also double doors, so that these are about 30 inches wide, so that these new doors are a much larger scale, so there is much more detail in the design in order to compensate for the fact that the door itself is significantly wider.
may be.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell. It may be that the side lights and so forth appear that way just because of the rendering as opposed to how it'll actually
Right.
look.
Yeah, maybe it's because
bear
the
in mind,
rendering.
This is not, this is just simply, these are basically quarter-sized pieces of steel that are tack welded onto the frame. So this is all painted out. This is not actually transparent. So
Right.
it's, you know, you're
So
not
which,
actually going to see
which
it
portion
breaking.
is the transparent portion? Just that slim piece?
Just that and that.
And this in-between piece is
Maybe
what,
more
just?
This is steel,
transparent
painted
than it
steel.
looks, you know, really. I mean, whatever.
So we go
Just
back.
look heavier than the other doors, but maybe it's a type.
This is just a disc. This is solid steel. This
Right.
is transparent and that's transparent.
And that's, so the steel is forming the frame for the
Yeah.
door?
Yeah, it's the structural frame for the door.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's, 3.5 inches, it's about as small as we can make it in order to make it, structurally capable of supporting the door. The doors themselves, the door itself, maybe
It just looks, like it's solid wood. It's,
Okay. Or any other questions?
it's pretty.
Barbara say? You're fine? Oh, it's for the next one?
Previous one.
Oh, the previous one. And you spoke on that, right? Okay. Okay. All right. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any speakers? Yes, please come forward.
I think it's
Sean Cassandi.
Thank you. Sean Crescendi for Landmark West. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee finds the applicant's proposal to replace the canopy with a smaller one, which not only complies with the current New York City Code, but reveals additional long-hidden features of Candela's decorative facade to be appropriate and welcomed. Landmark West is also cognizant of the needs of accessibility. The committee believes that even enlarging the active leaf by a few inches, as proposed, this entry will now be easier for everyone to navigate. Given the anonymity of the institutional aluminum storefront, no tears will be shed as it's recycled with this week's Diet Coke cans. Our committee finds the proposed decorative steel door and side lights to be detailed but not overly showy, and rather fitting for the edifice it proposes to grace. It will restore a worthy sense of arrival to this landmark, and the committee is in support of its approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? All right. Community Board 7 recommends approval of this application.
I think it's just that.
Right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Are we fine with the door as is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we can move to approval. Patty?
In the matter of 878 West End Avenue in the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2, I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. I further note that the historic photographs show paired doors as the historic configuration at the lobby entrance. And I recommend approval finding that the removal of the modern paired doors from the West End Avenue elevation will not cause the removal of significant historic fabric. Although the proposed single door with side light does not match the configuration of historic paired doors, it will be ADA accessible and is in keeping with the configuration of doors found in other buildings of this type, age, and style. That the materials in the black painted steel and glass door assembly with brass kick plate and black painted steel decorative grills is in keeping with doors historically found on buildings of this age and style, and that the work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2.
All in favor? Any opposed? The application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, I'll read the next two items into the record. Item 17 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176917. So it's 378 West End Avenue, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. It's a Renaissance Revival-style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1914-15. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, replace windows, create and fill in window openings, install a green wall, install a canopy, replace doors, and create sidewalk gardens. And item number 18 is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176916, 260 West 78th Street, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. This is an institutional building designed by Ballard Todd Associates and built in 1965-67. The application is to demolish the building and to construct a new building.
So you're going to speak on this. No, no, speak. Ask him, say, okay. Go to say,
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Sam from Conservation staff. 260 West 78th Street and 378 West End Avenue are adjacent buildings located in the West End College Historic District Extension, both owned by the West End Collegiate Church. The lots are to be combined along with the lot of the church for a large residential project, including at 260 West 78th Street, demolishing the building and constructing a new building, and at 378 West End Avenue, the work includes the construction of a rooftop addition, raising the parapet, replacement of windows, enlarging, creating, and filling window openings, installation of a green wall, installation of a canopy, replacement of doors, and the creation of sidewalk gardens. And the team is here to present the proposal.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Boss. I'm Senior Minister of West End Collegiate Church and President of the Collegiate Churches of New York, and thank you for taking this time to listen to our project. This project is important to us on multiple levels. One, it's important to us because we have this architectural gem called West End Collegiate Church, but it has repair and restoration needs. So this project will help generate the financial resources to tend to those. It's also important because of what happens inside the building. This will help us sustain our ministries, and it will help us continue our philanthropic work that we do throughout the city and throughout the world. But there's another component to this that speaks to why we're here, and it's because we are located next to this project. It's our immediate neighbor. And our congregation isn't just located on the Upper West Side, it is a community of Upper West Siders. So we want to be good stewards of this project. To that end, we've done two things that were important. One is that we do not yet have a developer. I'm here actually in the role of developer. The church wanted to be hands-on because we thought our interests were different than a developer's interest, and we wanted to be sure that we had some influence in what was designed here. The second piece was our choice of architects. It was very important for us to find someone that understood the complexity of this project, the approval process, and would understand the Upper West Side and an historic district and what needed to be built there. And so when we looked for architects, we came to Cook Fox and Rick Cook, and we're so pleased to be able to work with them. I think there's three projects that exemplify why we wanted to work with them. They did a project on Front Street with great success. It was 14 buildings. It involves preservation and new buildings, which is an element in our project. They did 130 West 12th. That was a complicated preservation project, as is ours, and they did that successfully. And then they also did 300 Lafayette. That was a project on a prominent site in a historic district, and it showed what environmental stewardship can be and should be. And we want to be good stewards of our neighborhood, we want to be good stewards of our environment, and that's why we're pleased that we have Rick Cook. We love the project, and we hope you do too. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rick.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, staff. I've been looking forward to this day for quite a while. It involves a body of work that we're very interested in, and generally around the stewardship ethic. I first came to the idea of stewardship through the stewardship of historic resources and became very passionate about that and was kind of converted to the idea of environmental stewardship as being a sister ethic. This project is unique in that it's also working with the collegiate churches and West End Collegiate Church to be a good steward of their resources immediately in their neighborhood and of their neighborhood. As far as talking about environmental stewardship, I am sorry about the giant, not so environmentally sensitive pile of paper in front of you. And this actually happened. We got a call from Staples and they said we've run out of paper. So it might be distracting to follow through page by page, but every image that you'll see, it will be numbered and we can go back to that book to reference it. It might be distracting to flip along because I'm going to go very quickly through a series of images. I've become really interested in the idea of going back to what was this place originally, this geological place. And a friend of ours did a project called the Manhattan Project. We referenced it several times. Sometimes it's kind of a stretch, but in this particular case, this point of first European contact happened to be these Europeans. They are founded in 1628. In 1696, King George gives them the right, a charter that gives them the right to own property. In 1724, a guy named John Harberdink bequeaths an enormous piece of property, which actually to this day, their stewardship of that piece of property is how they're here now, and many of the churches that existed then do not anymore. So there's this long legacy of stewardship of resources. In 1892, we get this gem, this sparkling gem on the Upper West Side by Robert Gibson, and the original collegiate school building next to it. For us, what was also very important in 2007, they form a non-bricks and mortar ministry called Intersections International to do good work in general. And this was very meaningful to us. And to bring it full circle, as far as we know, the collegiate churches through Intersections are the first people to apologize to the First Nations, the indigenous people, the Napi people in Manhattan for the things that had happened over the generations. This was extremely meaningful to us, who our client was. I'm a Bible student, and I love the city, and I think of it as a Garden of Eden. Genesis 2:15 says that the Lord put mankind in the garden to work it and take care of it. So I think there's a stewardship ethic involved there. This is the British map that shows this location before the grid overlays, and then ultimately the city that we know now. These fragments of the green space, the Manhattan that are constructed, the Olmsted, the newly constructed, the highway infrastructure that acts like a remarkable park, and our site that sits right here. We'll blow this up, and I'll talk a little bit about specifically what it is we're here to talk about, because it's a complicated puzzle. This is 77th Street, Broadway, 78th, West End Avenue, the Apthorpe right there. West End Collegiate Church is currently on one tax lot right here. And Collegiate School, a separate entity, was on the tax lot to the north. Collegiate churches have repurchased the property from Collegiate School, and they now own this entire block piece right here that's shaded. The school will stay in occupancy until their new building is built down on the Upper West Side, Freedom Place, while they're building a new school. They're intending to be there until about 2018 as a tenant. There are 2 buildings on this property that's operating currently as one school building. Although this was originally a residential building, there are no residential units, there are no occupants of the building other than the school. Okay, so back to the map. You guys are like this one. So what is the context we're operating in? Historic districts, named after the church not in it, 84, 85, what is it, 89, what's the next one, 90, continuing on, and continuing on, until ultimately you see that we've painted in a picture of protection around this neighborhood that's really very, very unique. I love this text that sits right here that talks about the varied quality. This is from your designation report, the varied quality of the Upper West Side. I mistakenly thought of it as really a series of the palazzo-type buildings on West End Avenue, but it's remarkably varied, very, very diverse. So that's a map, but really, what does it look and feel like? What's the texture of the place? This is a view from the 7th floor of the school building looking south. And I think it's a very good summary of the variety of the district. So first, we're looking at the back. Even the back is stunningly beautiful, of the West End Collegiate Church of 1892. Then the row house, the next generation of speculative development that happens on the Upper West Side.
Then the palazzo type, which I mistakenly thought was the majority. About 150 feet tall. It was the first series of zoning, 1.5 times the street width. So they end up being a very typical height. And then the last generation of significant development was what we call the setback or cascade type. Typically a very nice street wall and then cascading back to some interesting top. And a very unique building type in that they're both street walls and silhouettes against the skyline. And they tend to be, nominal 20 stories and the low 200s in height. And then there are beautiful examples. This is the Hudson Towers, which is both a beautiful street wall building and then takes that street wall and starts to model it into profiles and then cascades up to a top, and then it ends up in a silhouette against the sky. And we are fascinated with how architects do this 3D modeling in an urban streetscape. It's not just a front, but how do they do the sides? And how does that relate to your view when you walk down the street? So that's actually the side, this beautiful see-through side elevation. And then scale transitions. This is the Level Club, narrow street. The Level Club rises from a very low building up in mid-block location, kind of silhouettes against the sky and rises again and comes back down to this small scale. You can see it again here. This building had a big impact on us when we saw it walking around the neighborhood, the way it was able to navigate multiple scales at the same time. And then why do we love this work? Because sometimes there's just wonderful exceptions, just crazy things. I had no idea this was Emery Roth's first building in America. I've stood on the sidewalk and just spent 10 minutes looking at it. It's such a wonderful, crazy thing. And I watch other people just stop and look at this thing. I have no idea how it got here. It has nothing to do with the neighborhood other than it's just wonderful. Okay, and then we come back to kind of the archaeological evidence. What is it that we see that isn't about the history back to 1609? What is it that we see right now? And another quality of this work is when you dig a little bit deeper, you kind of peel the onion back, you discover things. So this is the gem sitting there. This is the schoolhouse building. That's the sanctuary. This is 378 immediately next door. This is 233 West 77th, not in the project. It faces out on Broadway. But this little thing, I was like, what? Why is that there? Why is this little piece of flashing up on this lot line wall? And why is this the world's narrowest basketball court? And why are the red gates to Collegiate here? It just didn't make any sense to me. What is this gap about? So we start doing a little research with our friend Bill Higgins. We dig in. There's a view of that thing again. And we discover this photo. So you can see the ghost on this wall. There's that little flashing line right there, and you can see the ghost. When buildings were torn down in the mid-60s, a building called Platten Hall, the school building, goes up. And then we found this picture going back to 1916, and you see it looks almost like a building is hiding in behind here. And we're like, what is with that? And then we look here, and you can see that it looks like what happened when this building was built. They actually seem to have cut a building in half, or there's that flashing line right there, and you can see this end condition. So there was originally a building built right up against the church, historically, right up against the church. And then we find the image of what it was. So it looks like when they built the building, they really just shaved right down the center of this building and left that one remnant until the mid-60s. And then what I'd like to do, I know it's kind of crazy to try to get through a lot of information quickly, and we start at 1609, but I'd like Bill to come up, and he's going to take us back even further. So.
Thank you, Rick. Bill Higgins, Quaysbarth. I don't know that I can go back further than the book of Genesis here, so I'm going to sort of move a little bit further forward. What I would like to do is to talk to you about a few aspects of the church, of its immediate context and of the district context that we had in mind when devising this proposal and trying to find out a way to design a taller scale new residential building that is immediately adjacent to the individually landmarked church that actually forms an urbanistic and an architectural ensemble with the church, and that somehow manages at the same time to be a real piece of contemporary design. And some of the things that we had in mind, just want to see where the pointer is here. Okay. Some of the things that we had in mind. First of all, the church itself, R.W. Gibson, 1892, is probably the city's best example and most elaborate example of Dutch Revival style architecture. And there are aspects in the Dutch Revival style of this building that we think can help to inspire the design of a new building adjacent. There's a sense of very rich, very complex detail. There's a very distinctive profile against the sky with stepped gables and dormers and the complex flesh tower here on the top. There's a great sense of verticality. Even in a basically horizontal composition, it's just kind of reaching up to touch the sky. And at the point that it does, there's a real complexity and richness of detail and an interplay between the architecture and the sky behind. And finally, there's a certain multi-building quality about this. There's an urban sort of streetscape character just to the church itself, where all of these individual elements form almost a little sort of cityscape in and of themselves. Just to conclude Rick's discussion of these buildings immediately adjacent, in fact, they were built within a couple of years of the church, a couple of years after. They are all in the Dutch Revival style, and there were 11 of them. They went all the way around the corner to cover the entirety of the site that we are proposing for this project. They were demolished first for the 378 building on the corner, and then for Platten Hall subsequently in the 1960s. So there was always a sense of a sort of multi-building complex that was in a way read as one thing. Sorry, how do I advance? Okay. Just in terms of the Dutch Revival, West End Collegiate is the closest example I know of a Dutch Revival building that has a very clear antecedent. It is absolutely based on the Vleeshal, the meat hall in Haarlem, designed at the very beginning of the 18th century. Levy and Dickey was the architect. You can see all of these characteristics, again, of the Dutch Revival, beautifully, richly detailed, complex profile against the sky, that sense of verticality, but also it is a building in the round. This is not just a street facade building. It is a building that, even though it's in a richly urban context, is really meant to be seen in 3 dimensions. Next. Characteristic of cities in the Netherlands and the Low Countries, Ghent on top happens to be the city that Dickey came from, and then we have Vermeer's view of Delft below. There is this interplay which we think is very relevant to this site and this project, where you do get a strong sense of streetscape, of street facade plane, but everywhere you look, you are seeing 3-dimensional buildings interplaying with the adjacent buildings. So the facade plane is not the only part of the urban story here. There is very much seeing the sides of buildings in the context of other buildings. All of this, we think, points to a direction for an appropriate design for a new building that actually designs the side and doesn't just leave it neutral. At the same time, there's also a very strong sense of the rectilinear in Dutch architecture, where you get these rectangular windows with very strong rectangular frames, which is also, I think, you'll see in the design. Next. So here's the site and the building in its context. And our very first thought on seeing this is that what you have is the classic case of a jewel in a setting. You have the individual landmark, and you have its setting of taller contributing buildings to the district. The setting is side walls. That's okay, we can leave this. There really is a certain composite quality to the way you experience this building. You see the building itself, but through the building and behind the building, you are seeing the adjacent building as part of one complex or one composition. We think that there is a way to design a new building so that while it reflects some of the sort of neutral utilitarian character of the taller buildings behind, we think there's also an opportunity here. And in fact, if we didn't do it, we think it would be a missed opportunity to actually create more of a designed building that has an interplay with the building, the landmark building next to it. Next. Superb detailing, superb palette of materials. Two ideas here. First of all, we want to reflect this in the design quality and the material and craftsmanship quality of the new building. But secondly, please keep in mind that the church is doing this project. One of the major things it's going to enable in this case is some serious restoration and maintenance and repair work on the landmark itself. We're not making that part of this application, but it will come to you separately and is definitely an integral part of this overall project. Next. So this characteristic is not just limited to this site, the characteristic of seeing lower, complex buildings adjacent to taller buildings. It's really more sort of, not only is it found in the district and on West End Avenue, it is really a characteristic of the district, this kind of juxtaposition. Next. And when you get that juxtaposition with shorter buildings with side walls, these side walls are not always just the sort of utilitarian. This is the Belclair, again, that Emery Roth building. And you can see that this is a designed facade, and there are very much designed elements of these sort of side elevations, which we think is a place we can go with our proposal. Next. This juxtaposition often takes place in the district between churches of a lower scale and taller buildings immediately adjacent. So this is not something we're inventing, it's in the vocabulary of the district. Next. And again, this very common situation in the district of shorter buildings, taller buildings adjacent, and a very much designed character. This is the Level Club and the Ansonia. Next. And that's a detail. The Ansonia may be the most elaborately designed side facade in the city. It's absolutely wonderful, but the Level Club also comes close. And all of this, not just this, is interplaying with the immediately adjacent lower buildings. Next. And my final slide. I think when you look at this, it just shows how characteristic it is of this district to find complex lower buildings with taller buildings immediately adjacent, taller buildings combining this sense of the sort of utilitarian with a distinctly designed characteristic as well. This is very much the building that Rick is going to show you.
Thank you, Bill. I love this image because I think it captures the sense of the place and how generations of time, layers of time, create a very diverse reading for the neighborhood. The puzzle that we're trying to solve in 3 dimensions then is the church Bill just showed, the schoolhouse building of the same year, church, schoolhouse, and this is the kind of quantities. You'll see the square footages that are here. And then 378, which was originally built as a residential building, occupied by the school now, and the building that we call Platten Hall. Also, there's a small gymnasium addition down in the well in between them. And the proposal is to remove the non-contributing Platten Hall that was done later and craft a more appropriate solution for the district. Your designation report calls it style none. I think Bill called it modest architectural aspirations, I think was what's So that's the kind of starting point. And then fair warning, this is a little bit of the technical side of it, but just the hard data about what we're doing. We have 175 feet of street frontage on 77th, 204 on West End Avenue, and 153.3, which just roughly corresponds to the relatively new contextual zoning districts, R10A to the west and C4, 6A running the other direction. This would allow it's a 10 FAR, it would allow a total building envelope of over 300,000, over 400 units, over 140 parking spaces. The net impact, of course, the church isn't going anywhere and 378 isn't going anywhere, so the net impact of additional area that could be fit on the site is about 245,000 square feet. That was the puzzle, if it could work and be an appropriate building. The context of the zoning envelope is the next one that's up, is the contextual zoning was really pretty straightforward. Minimum street wall, maximum street wall setback, 125 to 150, then setback for a maximum building height of 210, plus allowable obstructions for mechanical equipment of about 40, which would give you a 250-foot tall architectural expression, going down to 125 and 185 on the side. If we spin this around and look at it the other way, you can see it coming up from Broadway, the 125 to 185, the 150, 210, and the 40-foot. But of course, that's not the issue. But we did want to do an as-of-right proposal. This is not a 74-711, although it involves the restoration of 378 West End Avenue and is intended to fund, we'll come back under a separate application, the church work. This is totally as-of-right. So the only discretionary entitlements are here today. That completely as of right, and we're here to see if we were successful in crafting an appropriate solution for this district. So first, we're intending to preserve this, preserve the school. Then I wanted to start a proposal, our team wanted to start a proposal that kind of respected this gap between the two. Clearly there's historic precedent for building a building there right up to it, but there was something about this that was about its own layer of time that's existed there for a while. So we created what we call Healing Turtle Island Garden as a kind of void between the church and 378 that would ultimately start our composition. Then, of course, preserve and restore. It's been not so beautifully handled. The windows aren't nice. The balustrade was ripped off. The cresting is missing. We're going to restore all of that. Craft a minimally visible penthouse addition on top of that. Leave a reading of the lot line expression to the south. Leave that as a part of the composition. Leave a reading of our crazy little flashing line, a half building that had been there, in case somebody else is curious about these kinds of things, and start our massing marking that height in that gap. It's about 19 feet wide. Then a lot of this I'll be talking about, how do you come up with the perfect solution? How much background, how much foreground, how much do we speak about today and now, and how much do we need to keep a background for the jewel? So a significant portion of the building we wanted to bookend, like the building that faces out onto Broadway. And then a big part of what we're here is to make an argument for a unique building composition that could only happen in this one place on Earth, that's crafted by a series of influences that only exist here. When we did 210 plus 40, it was just a little too tall. So what we did was we took all of the mechanical equipment that we possibly could and moved it down onto the 185 roof. And so the only thing that's up above 210 are the elevator run-by and the stair towers, and all the major mechanical was all moved down. So it's as of right, and we thought the 250 was just a hair too high. Okay. What that resulted in after a series of back and forth is that we could only fit about 140,000 and change of the 245. It's about 60% of the total as of right zoning area. It just, we couldn't do any more and have something that we were proud of, that we could make the argument today that we thought was perfect. So what's the mission behind it? This happens to be from our roof in the Ladies Mile Historic District. We believe that as we have more dense cities, we will need to connect people to nature. We have we're biologically evolved to need a connection to nature. So this is our green roof, and Chris Johns from National Geographic said this about our roof and other roofs like this. We can actually connect people with nature, with the built form that we make, and it's a body of work that we're really interested in. So what I'll do next is kind of walk around the 3D view of the building that we just showed you in a tiny scale. First, we'll look at a photograph, and then we'll convert it to a computer model, and we'll walk through that, if you can bear with me for a minute. So this is the view, kind of looking at the compressed view down 78. That's the Platten Hall building that you're looking at right there, 378. You see it's lost its balustrade, and it lost its cresting. That's the little red gates, and that's West End Collegiate Church. So the first thing is we build a computer model of the neighborhood, and that's our computer model with Platten Hall built right there. And our proposal is able to do some kind of nice things across from that beautiful thing, the Apthorpe. We're able to actually open up a little more sky right here. If you go back, go forward. We're able to open up a little more sky. We're able to keep the massing down low, so when you're looking this way towards the east, the sky opens up a little bit. We wanted a very simple street wall building here. So now I'll go to a computer rendering. And that's a computer rendering of the proposal that's frankly not revealing much, kind of on purpose. This is one face of the proposal. And if we move, you can see the balustrade restored, the cresting again, which really makes a difference on that silhouette against the sky. And as we go down the street, we wanted a very simple, deep facade across from the Apthorpe right here. And this piece of the composition is what really gets expressed to the south. And just explain this recess again and how the massing is working. It's a little hard to read. I'm going to convert to the abstraction of elevation again. So this is 378. This is the building we call Platten Hall that we're proposing to remove, style none. That's a picture of it that kind of looms over the street. This is a straight-on elevation of what we were just looking at, and this could have gone up to 125, but we actually held the massing down and did a little bit of a see-through frame right here, and this portion of the massing sets back, this is an overlay of the two, but that portion of the massing sets back 15 feet, and then has our kind of favorite thing, kind of near-ground nature embedded in the facade. So I actually think the relationship of the Apthorpe, which we can't ignore as architects, I think it's a significant improvement on this street. And back to the 3D view, and then the kind of 3D model world, we'll walk around this and go all the way around, and I'll come back to renderings later on. So this is walking down the street, kind of seeing through that frame element as we walk towards Broadway. All the way at Broadway, this is the Apthorpe here looking back. There's an interesting dialogue and amazing meetings at the community board about what does it mean to be a lot line, and when we know nothing will get built here and how prominent it should be. Just some of the most interesting and rewarding conversations of my career actually came around these discussions. Moving around from Broadway, moving south further again. And again, getting to the corner of 77th. And this is the one that's really the trick, because if you take great care and pride in crafting a solution, how do you do a building that's seen behind this remarkable thing by Gibson? So as we go down 77th Street, how it kind of reveals and tells a little bit of a narrative that clearly was inspired by the building that was there before. If we go around, we've shown the lot line wall existing as a kind of darker, and this is a little bit more of a foreground. If you keep going, continuing again, and then back to the corner, and then we get a very prominent view from the south, and that's the little healing Turtle Island garden rising up to the flashing, setting back, and cascading into this composition. And moving up the street, you can see the gap here. This is recessed back to expose that piece of the lot line. Really important point is there's absolutely nothing over the church. It's respecting the lot line condition. We start there and start to cascade back from that point. And then this one might be a stretch, but I like this view because you get the little half building recall again when you're standing here. And then when you get back here, you start to see this building and this building without really don't see any of the penthouse, you don't see any of the other composition. So this narrative about walking around, having the building appear and reappear was very interesting to us. And then it was an issue of how do you make that work? What do you make it look like? And this is a sketch from over a year ago where we said, okay, first, let's think about that Dutch frame. There's a very nice vertical proportion about the Dutch frame, so we thought that this center portion could do that. We wanted about a third of the facade, plus or minus, to be that lot line historic condition, so we did that. We've added one more window in the lot line condition. We wanted to make nice openings and nice frames. We thought that was important. And then when we got to the top, another project that we were here not too long ago on 23rd Street, we could get a frame with the engaged greenery. And then the trick was, how do we relate to the kind of lot line condition, the background condition, which is another third of the composition, which is the background, and pick a beautiful brick. This is from the Peck Slip building at Front Street. So we start here. These are a series of renderings, and I'll be wrapping up pretty quick. This is the Healing Turtle Island Garden. This is where the three pieces come together. So we thought this void would be something that all of us could share. We've created an armature for a green roof that runs here. This is the beginning of our new building. That's the existing church, how all three of them come together. And then how do we craft a solution that's unique to this place? We love this kind of scrim material for its light and shadow play, and how do we make it authentic to this place? We went to the rose window, created a pattern from the rose window, and used that as the grill. And then that happens in the rest of the building. And this rendering, I'm going to stop for a second and just talk about this. This was one of the most interesting times in my career doing this, is it became so clear. Michael mentioned that there is no developer on board. In fact, there was a developer who was purchasing the site, and it's one of the reasons the church decided to exercise their option and own it and control it. Our client became a congregation and a consistory, and when we went and presented this first, they pressed us for a building that they would be happy to look at 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and to keep going. So the light and shadow and the texture and the crafting of the solution like this, and the crafting of the windows, which is something we love to do, and the light and shadow and depth play was very, very important to the congregation. So this is, I'll do a couple of quick views around with the renderings, the picture, the computer model of existing, computer model, what we just showed, and then a rendering of this lot line condition where we're trying to speak clearly a language where it looks like a sister building to this, but also a building that turns and has a frontal quality to it. And then from the sidewalk view, looking up at the building, thinking about this verticality, how do buildings read and read vertical, so you can see that composition that we were just talking about, reading up to the sky and the kind of see-through architecture rising to the sky. This is the lot line condition that's been brought up to the top of the cornice line, the chimney, and a dunnage and a new house tank to screen the minimally visible penthouse. And then the long view. The computer model of a proposal, and you can see the slight added height here to the lot line condition done in the same brick, the dunnage, the house tank that hides what we believe to be a minimally visible penthouse, and this composition of background, and a building that deserves to be there because of this special location looking south. And then a lot of it just had to do, is there a way to do this beautifully? Is there a way to do this that you trust the author, that it's done with enough care that it deserves to be here in this remarkable historic district? We picked the color palette for this piece based upon the red terracotta of the roof, and the metalwork and the color of the metalwork inspired by some of the metalwork on the church. And then the color palette's up here now. Tyler, would you mind grabbing the sample board? The sample board that's here documents the existing conditions we found and what's proposed. If you wouldn't mind bringing it up towards the table, please. This is a brick match to the building that we see back over here. This is a remarkably good brick match to West End Collegiate Church. This iron spot with this manganese fleck in it. This is a common red brick for the lot line of 378. This is really our proposed composition for the piece that we're talking about right now, with a charcoal cast stone sill that's crafted, the reddish brick that plays off the West End Collegiate.
This is interestingly a very good match to 378 up above here that seems kind of darkish red, but it's actually an interesting textured grayish brick. And then this is our selection for the brick for what we call the kind of background composition or bookend composition against this. We wanted to be different enough, but still speaking that kind of 1929 lot line lighter brick color. The VM zinc, which has that nice dull quality to it, is the spandrel conditions and mechanical bulkheads up above. And then this is our little grill inspired by the rose window in the church. Thank you. I actually don't remember what's coming next. Oh, okay. So, so it's a building we kind of fell in love with, as well as really a wide group of people that consider themselves clients and emotionally invested in this thing coming out right. So I'd like to just do a quick summary of maybe the biggest question is, do we have a good argument for height appropriateness? Because that became a big question. Is our 210, not full 250, is it right? So this is the model that we have here, but I'll go through the text here. I think if you go through these, there's a series of buildings all in the same height range that rise up and have this interesting cascading quality. And I can't read the stories and the feet over there, but if we go through, there's a series of them that are all in this range of height. There's a Level Club, the Ansonia, the building we were looking at earlier, a series of these buildings that are all in this height range, including the building that is kind of the other side of the Apthorpe, is a very similar height, and across the street from that. And then just a reminder of this kind of context that I do believe it's appropriate if you do it at a high enough quality level to play this scale game and to speak to the neighborhood. And then there's a later generation that are also taller, the lighter color basswood are outside the district. So I thank you very much for bearing with all that. Everything, you have two books. You have the presentation, you have an appendices book that we could go to later on. And I need to ask Bill to do one more thing. All that restoration work is being done at staff level, and you can bear with me for one more thing, is that when we're all done, even though we have photo documentation of a 1/1 double hung, it didn't seem quite right. There's other Schwartz and Gross buildings that have a 6/1, and it seemed more appropriate, and we can't do that at staff level, and we're asking for your support for that, and Bill is going to make a quick argument for that, and I promise I'll close out quickly. I'm sorry, I forgot. Go back for a second. I'll do this quick on the way out. I forgot this was coming. So go back one more. I just wanted to explain how it worked exactly. The plans come up first, correct? Can you go back? I'm sorry, I skipped a step, which is exactly how does it work. Go ahead. Again, the 378 Platten Hall, West End, and the school. How does it work in plan? This is the existing floor plans, the sanctuary, the chapel, the alumni gym, the schoolhouse, Platten Hall. This is our proposal. We propose to enter in to the same location. Go back one, please. And we're going to be coming back, something's fun. I couldn't make sense out of this carriage entry. We're going to be doing an accessible entry when we come back, but this one's just kind of fun. I added this one. We were blessed. We don't have to hack up a lintel or a sill to make an accessible entry, and we couldn't make any sense out of why is this thing so low, why is there no sill? And we stumbled across this photograph right here, and we couldn't understand what in the world this thing was. It's not big enough for a carriage entrance. We couldn't understand what it was. Take collegiate school, take a guess what it was built for. Anybody? The bicycle entrance. There's a curb cut and a bicycle entrance. It's the coolest thing. And so the kids would come in and park their bikes. Okay, so we're going to be coming back for all of that and doing accessible entry. And now blowing up this area right here, Platten Hall goes away. That's the footprint. We didn't want any of the infrastructure tearing through the footprint of the existing infrastructure, so we've placed our core. How does this thing work? We've kind of dispersed the core, so we have 4 elevators that are dispersed to the 4 quadrants, so we'd have a kind of pre-war entry condition with very small elevator vestibules, the 2 stairs. We're entering in right here. We have a parking entrance for a very small parking entry to a small parking garage below. We have a small maisonette right here, so we'll have somebody coming and going from the street on the side street. The main entry is right here. That's Healing Turtle Island Garden.
how do you enter a composition? It will act as one residential building, all connected together. All the floor levels are aligned. That was an early decision. 11-foot floor to floor heights, they all align. And this thing is just beautiful. Why not make it the entry? And then when we get to the second floor, the building starts to set back and has a green garden right here over the garden behind the church. And then if we cut a section through that, you can see this is the maisonette coming up to this garden. Gives you the profile of the narrower school building and the church beyond, and these two gardens, green gardens, backing up to each other, rising to 117.2 and then setting back 15 feet. The profile of Platten Hall, and then going around the simple abstractions of the elevations, again with that 15-foot setback, the view to the south, about 1/3. The direct view on West End Avenue with Healing Turtle Island Garden, and this composition's kind of sliding up behind. The view of Justice cut behind that penthouse. And then that view that we started with again. Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question about, while you're still here, on how you derive the proportion of the frames that seem to switch in proportion and in size?
Well, we knew we wanted them to be vertically proportioned. And the tool that we get in modern residential applications tend to be horizontal windows. So the kind of tools of the trade are to group them in vertical proportions. So we basically played with frame width and height, and we did many, many iterations. And in part, really, it was fascinating because we presented with this history in a congregation going back and forth until we thought we had enough depth in light and shadow. The benchmark that we were checking against was that typical Dutch frame, because they had remarkable, maybe it's not that interesting, but I find it fascinating, the difference between a plane that has holes in it and a frame. And the Dutch frame is like right on that edge in between, and we were kind of using that as a benchmark and a reference.
But just to follow up on that, the Dutch frame, though, usually describes a story, right, rather than 2 or 3. And so that's why I'm asking, in your case, and especially when it turns to your garden cut, it becomes a 2, and in some cases 3-story frame.
Yep, we can come back to it. But for us, the vertical proportion was the most important, and the multi-story grouping seemed intuitively kind of beautiful, and it was a way to get them to group together. At the very top, it's kind of an element at the top that's taller because it's the top floor of the building, but in between there are multi-story groupings, and it's punctuated by some projecting green balcony pieces too. It will end on that rendering, and I'll come back and I'll try to address your comment again. You could please.
Okay, yes, this is almost a housekeeping sort of aspect here next. So one of the things that we are asking for on 378, which is not restoration, is windows. These show the original windows. They were 1/1 wood windows. None of them are left, and what's there now are much more recent 1/1 aluminum windows. That's what you see now. We feel that there's a sense of kind of complexity and detail about this building that we just feel, particularly because there is no original window fabric left, would do better with some multi-pane divisions rather than 1/1s. Next. Schwartz and Gross, same architects, building on the same block. In fact, if you look at the left side of that photo on the right, you'll see the church itself. Schwartz and Gross frequently used multi-pane windows on very comparable buildings in this district and even on this block. Next, another example. Next, and another, I can't see clearly, but sometimes what occurs are multi-pane at the top and single pane is the bottom, and that's what we are asking you to approve for this. Next, so 1/1 on the left, existing condition, and it was the original condition. We are proposing a 6/1. Next, details of that. Next, and again, an existing plan detail on the left and proposed on the right. That's a rendering. We just feel that It's in the vocabulary of Schwartz and Gross, in the vocabulary of this district. We're not replacing any original fabric, and just given the sort of balance between a kind of complex detail and plainer masonry, we think this just hits a better balance.
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
The other thing I forgot to your question, I'm sorry to jump off the bills, but this building also has a kind of multi-height grouping to it too, so it seemed like we had a little bit of a free rein to play off of that also. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Next. This showing the proposed windows in juxtaposition with restoration of terracotta, replication of that missing balcony. Next. On the side, this is the last slide, on the side of the building we are proposing to stay with the 1/1. Again, that has that sort of simpler, more utilitarian view. So this is the end, and hopefully this slide, which we think is kind of the best of all the renderings for showing this project, hopefully it will show you that what we are proposing in terms of a juxtaposition of scale and a juxtaposition of character and a multi-building overall composition is not only appropriate but very typical of the district. And we hope that you will agree with us that the new building itself represents not only a modern building, but one that in an abstract way relates to many of the aspects of the Dutch Revival landmark next to it. That sense of a complex, assembled, multi-unit sort of massing, that rich brick and terracotta and multi-pane window materials palette, that sense of transparency of seeing one element through another, a complex termination against the sky, and an overall sense of verticality. We feel that this can be both an appropriate building and a vital new step, a valuable new step in the evolution of the district. Thank you very much.
And Commissioners, thank you so much for your patience going through all that. It was obviously a lot to get through, and that was it. I hope you find it to be a beautiful and appropriate building for the district. Of course, it's LEED certified, and this is something that the congregation, the church, wanted to do because otherwise a developer would have developed the site, and it was something that was extremely important to them to craft a solution that they could be proud of also. And thank you so much for your support and your time.
Thank you. That was a very thorough and I would say very compelling presentation. The commissioners have questions for Rick and his team. Right. Yes, Diana.
I actually had one which is about the section of the new building that is adjacent to the church, so to speak. I was wondering if it could be a little bit lower, or you're already bringing it back. I know. I was thinking about that's the one element that might be a little bit intrusive in the background of the rest is far enough back to be a background. Clearly, that's the only element that's close to the church. If you could just talk about that for a second.
Sure. I think that is the issue, right? That is the essential nature of the problem statement. Mm-hmm. How much of a foreground, how much of a background is appropriate for the district. Mm-hmm. So the zoning would have allowed a building built right out to the street wall all the way up here and create a liner condition. So it would have been a new building that would have been all the way up here and all the way across, immediately adjacent. So we said that's not the appropriate solution, that we want to set back and we want to set down and we want to start the composition. So we set it back to the maximum depth we could to be an outer court by zoning. And then we rose to exactly the height that marks the flashing line that we had talked about, and then cascade again, and then have the building turn and rise and end at the top. And we were trying to find just the sweet spot of the balance of this lot line condition and this bookend condition and the building that deserves to be there. So I think that we have carved significantly. In fact, their value is that their value is they have 245,000 square feet of valuable air rights, and there's been a lot of crafting back and forth to come up with the perfect amount. There's never been a kind of overly aggressive statement. It was find the perfect solution, Rick, and this, the 145, about 60% of all the floor area, seemed to be about right. I guess at some point, we know that there's a historical context for a building immediately adjacent. There has been for a long time the Platten Hall that was right there, and there's the building that's been rising right here immediately in context. So it seemed like this was a good balance. And I know some part of it is subjective, but I can tell you that it's been very carefully thought out and many alternatives studied.
Okay, yeah, other questions? Are there any other questions? Sandra, you want to say something?
Yes, they have to go over the changes at 378 West End, so I have to switch the presentation.
378 West End. There is testimony, but the 378 West End is the existing building, and that you want to go through.
There are additional changes besides the windows that I can't do at staff level, and we need to show to get approval as part of this proposal. So I'm going to just switch to the.
Hi, I'm Amanda Lehman. I work at Cook Fox Architects with Rick Cook. I'm just going to, if you would like to go to page 58 in the appendix that you have, I'm going to quickly show it up on page 57. There are two books. There's the presentation and then the appendix. So I'm going to kind of flip ahead to that section. Sorry about this.
It's okay.
So these are sort of boring elevations, but they basically explain the restoration scope that we're looking for. The larger items that we're going to be restoring the historic balconies, the cornice cresting, and then doing some gardens at the bottom of the building. Additionally, the front door is going to be restored, and a new grille will be installed that's more in the inspiration of the grills that Rick was showing. And an awning, an entrance awning is proposed in place of the one that's there now. So I'll just quickly sort of go through. The individual items. This is the original building, original entrance. Through time, after the awning was added, bottom of the building, you'll also note the balcony and the cornice cresting. A zoom in of the entryway with the grills. The current building without the balcony, cornice cresting, and an awning bottom. The 6/6 windows, the 6/1 windows that Bill was talking about. This is the existing balcony condition, and this is the proposed restoration. We have just the photos to work from, but this is basically what we believe to be as close a replica as we can make. This is the cornice section. Below is the existing. The above is a photograph, an historic photograph with the restored cornice cresting. It's going to be made out of cast stone on the bottom and fiberglass up above. The front entrance, existing. The proposed grille work and double doors in the spirit of the existing, of the historic. The existing awning, the proposed awning. We're proposing to sort of slide the awning within the opening as opposed to having it overlay the opening. We're also proposing a series of gardens on the sidewalk that sort of relate to the Healing Turtle Island garden and also soften the edge of the building. We're proposing the minimally visible penthouse. Sandy asked us to just sort of enunciate a little bit more about the heights of the penthouse.
So is that the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th? That's the penthouse?
Yes, the 13th floor does not exist right now. Yeah, we're adding it behind where the cornice is, and then we're adding the 14th and 15th. The 16th actually
Is off the site, off that building lot?
It sort of feels like it's behind it. These are just blow-ups of the proposed windows. Sandy, do you want to show the mock-up or not?
You can, why don't you show a photo of the mock-up?
Okay. So we did a mock-up of the minimally visible penthouse. Sorry about this. You'll see it is the last section, penthouse mock-up. We have the existing and the proposed walking down West End Avenue. Yep. Continuing down West End. West End and 78th. Coming around the building. The edge of the sort of white that you see is the additional cresting that we're proposing. Coming around.
This was a little tricky to mock up, so there's a piece of plywood mocking up, bringing this lot line condition up here, so that would be all the same brick, and then the proposed house back.
That's it.
Okay, good. Okay, good, great. All right, why don't we take testimony, and I'm sure the commission may have other questions, and we can move to discussion. So the first speaker is Sean Crescendi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Crescendi for Landmark West. The applicant and their design team have produced a provocative proposal which not only restores a former West End Avenue apartment hotel to its former glory, but will reduce density and perhaps most importantly, respond to a greater context beyond its given site. It will once again spotlight the individually landmarked 1892 to 93 Robert W. Gibson West End Collegiate Church and original school building. This proposal acknowledges its current environment and provides an urbanistic solution that reconciles preservation priorities with programmatic goals and nonprofit needs. Platten Hall is an altered building that was purpose-built for educational use. With the school relocating, the building's intent is mooted, and a return to residential purposes on this site seems appropriate. Although our committee does not take demolition within our historic districts lightly, there is a consensus that given the change of use in this instance, the subject's building's architectural merit and the greater master plan scenario for benefiting vistas beyond the site itself, demolition might be justified. With the proposed result to complement the district and benefit its namesake landmark, the committee finds the demolition is acceptable in this circumstance. Likewise, returning 378 West End Avenue to its original residential purpose is a natural and appropriate reuse. In doing so, the applicant will restore wood frame windows and missing architectural features such as balconettes. While the committee appreciates the organizing intent of the Turtle Healing Garden, our C of A questions its future maintenance, but that is one of the few moments of discord. There is a resounding agreement that the overall concept and new proposed south-facing masonry window openings are appropriate. The new construction proposed to wrap 378 West End Avenue is in itself a thesis on Upper West Side development patterns. Its idiosyncrasies would require more than 3 minutes to address, but the committee finds its custom iron and brickwork to be both reminiscent of fading arts, but also a modern stance on these media, befitting of the Upper West Side. The proposed massing and rational application of quality finishes suit the block and district. They are emblematic of a civically minded development, the evidence of which is carefully held and cherished in our splendid historic districts, as well as in our many significant buildings along Broadway. The overall detailing is a refreshing instance where the end result leaves everyone not only satisfied, but happy. Landmark West supports this application.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josette Amato.
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan, Commissioners. My name is Josette Amato. I'm speaking on behalf of the West End Preservation Society. WEP supports these applications. We greatly appreciate the proposed restoration of 378 West End Avenue. This 1914 Schwartz and Gross building will benefit greatly from the restoration of its balconies and cornice, from window replacements and other facade work, which in turn will benefit the West End Avenue streetscape. This proposal will also return the building's interior to residential apartments as it combines with 260 West 78th Street. The West End Collegiate Church and School, an individual landmark on West 77th Street, opened their doors to the Upper West Side in 1892. This ever-growing collegiate school has remained for more than a century, and we will be sad to see it disappear from our neighborhoods. We are also sad to see an entire building disappear from our neighborhoods. So we must ask the question, will the replacement building bring more to the historic district than it removes? In this case, we believe the answer is a resounding yes. This proposal is respectful of the area's history while bringing something new and exciting to the space now occupied by Platten Hall, a no-style building erected in the 1960s. This design is a stunning example of what can be imagined when there is a desire to create something beautiful and meaningful in harmony with the streetscape. The many details incorporated into this building, the setbacks, the green space, the grill work, the windows, sills, surrounds, all announce their willingness to participate in this historic district. Our preference for the new building would have been to just crest above 378 West End Avenue so as not to overwhelm the focus of the West End Collegiate Church and the townhouses to the south. We are mindful, however, that the current proposal is not built to allowable capacity. We thank the applicants for their considerable efforts and believe this project will be a welcome addition to the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. Thank you.
Thank you. John Thompson.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm John Thompson, with an elder in West End Collegiate Church and a resident of the Upper West Side. I've been asked to read a letter from Gerald Adler, member of Congress. As a member of Congress representing the 10th Congressional District, which includes the Upper West Side of Manhattan, I am writing to offer my support for the Certificate of Appropriateness application for 378 West End Avenue. West End Collegiate Church has played an important role in the Upper West Side's history and is an asset to the neighborhood. The church has shown a dedication to being historically sensitive as they move forward with their project, taking into account community input and the unique and distinct nature of the surrounding streetscape. The new building proposed by West End Collegiate Church, designed by Cook Fox, fits well into the historic context of West End Avenue. The design takes material cues from the landmark church and the landscape of the buildings on West End Avenue. The necessary restoration work on 378 West End Avenue pays homage to one of the avenue's defining buildings by bringing it back to prime condition. My district is home to many of the New York's most recognizable landmark sites and buildings. In order to ensure they remain importantly culturally, educationally, and historically relevant, they must be preserved properly. The proposed restoration and reconstruction has received widespread community support and enhances the character of the landmark district we have fought diligently to preserve. I respectfully request that the Commission support this application as an appropriate addition to the historic district. Sincerely, Gerald Nadler, member of Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrea Goldwyn.
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. Excuse me. The proposal today concerns two buildings, 378 West End Avenue and 260 West 78th Street, and whether the alterations, additions, and new construction are appropriate and consistent with the West End Collegiate Historic District extension. Of course, the heart of the district is the 1892 West End Collegiate Church and School, a complex that was among those the Commission landmarked in its earliest years. It was designated, among other reasons, for providing an accent of quaint charm among the surrounding high-rise buildings. Therefore, our evaluation is based on the context of the district overall and the church in particular. Platten Hall was completed in 1967, and according to the LP designation report, does not have a style, and we do not oppose its demolition. Platten Hall has not made a strong contribution to the district, but has fulfilled a role in providing a quiet background to the church, with a modest facade and a separation between the two structures. We appreciate the work that the ownership team, and especially the architect, have put into the concept and the details of its replacement. The materials are appropriate, and the decorative elements, such as those at the windows, are lovely. However, the height, scale, and massing are problematic. Platten Hall is 167 feet. The proposed new building would be 234 feet to the top of the bulkhead, substantially taller. Typical apartment buildings in the district have simple rectilinear forms without setbacks terminating in flat roofs. The highly visible rear facade of the proposed building becomes a primary one, with staggered heights and a budding massing that crowds and overwhelms the church. It features setbacks on West End Avenue, which we do not believe the sidewalk garden mitigates. A more appropriate building at this location would be lower with somewhat simpler massing and a similar separation from the church. The apartment building on West End is typical in height, scale, and style of those built in the early 20th century development in this district. Proposed preservation work, such as a new cornice and balconies that match long-lost originals, will be an improvement, but as the mock-up shows, the proposed two-story rooftop addition on this corner building can be seen from many vantage points. We hope you will reduce the height in order to maintain the consistency of visible flat roof lines that is a hallmark of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right. Community Board 7 recommends approval of the demolition and placement of the existing no-style building, as well as approving the proposed development and rooftop addition and restorative work. Okay, so that's their recommendation. Do we have questions for the applicant? Any questions? All right, we can close the hearing then. And we can move to comments. I just want to say that I think that the applicant team, the designers have really presented to us a very, very exciting project, and I think sensitively designed, I think beautifully presented and articulated, and I think that there's sort of three aspects to this. One is the demolition of the no-style building. I think it's, in my opinion, it's clear that that is appropriate. Obviously, the restoration of the building at the corner, I think it's 378, is very positive and very much something that supports preservation. It's a very interesting site in terms of how do you mass a building, which is in fact also kind of viewed in the round, very similar to some of the Dutch building they were talking about, but in a context which traditionally has had a front elevations and side elevations and rear elevations. I think that they've come up with a proposal which really does respect those elements and draws from the neighborhood itself and its juxtaposition of different buildings, which reveal portions of elevations on the side and the rear, but they're behind other buildings from the front. And I think by showing us some of those examples, they're able to design a building which is, I think, again, it's not just a background building. I think it's not supposed to be that, but forms a very, I think, appropriate part of the ensemble of buildings on the site. And so that, along with the materials, I think the idea of sort of the cascading massing relates and speaks and nods to the Western Collegiate Church, which is obviously the gem in this ensemble. So I think this building is, and the whole design of this is wonderful, and I could support it as is. Yes.
I've sat on this commission for 7 years and a few months, and I'm quite certain I've never seen a better presentation than this, and I've seen lots of fabulous presentations, a few by this architect, but this was extraordinary, I thought. But let me go back and talk about the demolition of a no-style building. Frankly, and I don't want to scare people in the public or even my own fellow commissioners, but I think it's our job to occasionally talk about demolition of even marginally styled buildings in historic districts when, using our discretion and our brilliant ability to do that, I think around this table, that we can replace a mediocre building with a much better building, and we too often maybe shy away from that. So certainly the building that's being proposed for demolition, described as no-style building, is easily, in my judgment, and certainly those in the testimony, could be demolished and replaced. The renovation, the historic preservation elements of the existing building on the corner are to be lauded, and I think very well done. So the question is this building appropriate? Wildly so, I would say. I think many of my thoughts are what the chair has just said. Easily, I'm sure somebody could have brought a background, a glassy sort of background building to this, a cascade of something or other that would highlight the church building itself in a more dramatic way, but I think that would be inappropriate. It would make the building stand out from its context. The church stand out from its context in a way that it doesn't. It's part of a city. It's part of a grid. It's part of the history of the Upper West Side. And it seems to me that this building that has been designed here is an incredible reflection of the very deep understanding of the context, which was given to us in brilliance by the team. The understanding of this very complex, nuanced context then produces the building that we saw. So without getting into any details, I wouldn't touch any details. I think they're all in the hands of a master, and in my judgment, completely appropriate and really an exciting day to see such a building come before us.
John?
I agree with Commissioner Bland 100% regarding both the demolition and finding it appropriate precisely as it is. Equally important, I think, the social commentary. Stewardship of the pre-existing landmark, it turns out, doesn't always have to equal greed. And I think they've done a wonderful job being sensitive, creating something new, and making sure that it actually references historical detail. It's programmatically effective. It isn't extreme. It's not excessive. It's not unnecessary. It's not bloated. I think, for myself, I would thank them for caring as much about the wider community of the Upper West Side and the city and the city's architecture as they have to care for and show stewardship for their own congregational community. And in some sense, they've done the impossible, unifying and satisfying virtually all of the commentators. And I think that's to be commended.
Adi?
I agree with all the previous points about the strength and the passion in the presentation and the care for both, the scale of the street and the city and the remarkable details in especially the windows that you showed us. I have one, if I could just design comment. It would be better if it could be in the form of a kind of a dialogue, and you'll take this to lots of places, the design itself. And so if I can just say, I think my question about the frame had to do with a bit of a question about your interpretation of this Dutch revival. Because I'm not sure that it's entirely successful, because I'm not sure that the interpretation is sort of one-to-one. It seems to me that the Dutch architecture and the revival especially was composed of sort of planar, the three-dimensionality that you talked about was made up of planes rather than, in a sense, kind of volumetrics. So the volumes was contained within the planes, but it's a planar assemblage, and your reference to the way that you've kind of reconsidered the framing device of the Dutch architecture is interesting to me, because what you've done that's, I think, a little bit awkward is when you return the corners in frame. What I mean is frame meeting frame at corners and making sort of a volumetric frame, which seems to be absolutely opposite or other than the Dutch idiom, and more like sort of Allison and Peter Smithson or something, this kind of framed three-dimensional building on all sides. So that would be the only thing I would say is somehow some other approach to, or perhaps a little bit of a muting of some of those returns, where not everything becomes kind of porous and frame-like in 3 dimensions, but rather considers again the planar aspect of the Dutch revival. Thank you.
Yes, Michael.
I share everyone's admiration for the application and the presentation. I think it was remarkable and very, very thorough. I think that the restoration work and the demolition of the existing building is totally appropriate. I have two things that I feel don't make it appropriate, 2 aspects. The first is a minor one. I think it's hard for us to approve, hard for me to approve the institution or the windows at 378 with the 6/1s when we drive people crazy putting back 6/6 windows in buildings that had them and no longer have them. I mean, I think aesthetically I like it very much. I think the 6/1s in 378 look lovely. But if we use the standard of the architect's intent and the original design as the reason to require many buildings in New York City to reinstate their 6/6s or 6/1s or whatever's, I think it'd be wrong to ask these guys to say that it's okay to invent. So it's okay to invent in the more elaborate direction, but not okay to invent in the less elaborate direction. That seems to be, in my opinion, taking aesthetics as the reason to say something's appropriate as opposed to historical reference. So just from a consistency point of view and not from an aesthetic one, I'd say that the 378 window should stay 1/1.
Although I would, yes, okay, so go ahead.
I mean, there's clear evidence. Bill admits it without a trace. It's a request to diverge from the original design because it looks good and because maybe other buildings the architect chose to do it one way. Here he didn't, and we know it. So I think that would just be inconsistent. I know that's not a good word necessarily, but and the second thing, which I think is more of an issue for me, is while I feel that the details
of this presentation of the new building are remarkable, beautiful, wonderful. I think that the resulting form that faces south is overly aggressive, tends to dominate over the church. I think the scale of it is inappropriate to West End Avenue district, where virtually everything is punched windows within walls as opposed to a frame structure. I think that might get to what you were saying, Adi, a little bit, but from a different direction. I think that the double scale for the windows, I mean, yes, there are pilasters that are maybe 4 inches deep on the adjacent building that create a kind of a top kind of band, but they're way overwhelmed by the punched nature of the single-story solid to void ratio that you see on almost every building that they showed us, both in the tiered versions and in the planar palazzo versions that dominate this district. I think had this been downtown in a more industrial district where you see more buildings that have a deeper, a greater glass to solid ratio, I think that this would feel better for me. It's such a frontal building. It doesn't seem to resemble the kind of transitions they were talking about, where you have back buildings that face front or have kind of frontal aspects to them, a cornice here, a bay window there. This is a front of a building that's facing front across another building. And for some reason, it just feels overly dominant, overly aggressive to the church. And I think what the Landmarks Conservancy's remarks resonated with me very much, and I agreed with them. So for me, I think that south-facing piece is too monumental, too aggressive, and I'd ask, I would have trouble voting for that aspect of it. I think every other aspect of the project is really, really wonderful.
All right, other comments? Yes.
I just want to echo all the compliments to the team, not just to the brilliant architectural team, but also the owner and the consultants, putting in one of the best presentations I've seen in my short time here. And I also said that in a sense that your sensitivity goes beyond. One of my favorite pictures has always been the National Geographic picture of the Manhattan of the 1609, where before the settlers arrived. And I have always used that for my own work because it reminds us of the origin of this island, of where the Napi Indians 12,000 years ago chose Chinatown to be the origination point, because it was the source of water. Every civilization began near the source of water. So I also admire you in terms of the, I love the complexity. I hope 30 years from now we could get to landmark this extension, because, I think there's a very smart, intelligent design of, creating a vernacular new language as a backdrop to a historic Dutch church that, the Dutch when they settled here. And I think that double framing of the vertical module actually camouflage the height. And actually, even though it's not a very, very tall building per se, but it breaks up the scale, and I think it's very, very appropriate. And I also love the richness, and I think that the fact, the sensitivity you talk to the neighborhood comparison, the shadow studies and the surrounding studies also, I think the restoration of the corner 378 is very, very well done. So in Olympic language, as once in a while you get to see a Nadia Comaneci perform and scoring on so many points, so congratulations.
All right. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, just briefly, I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, and I do agree that the presentation was excellent, of course, and that I think the demolition is appropriate. The restoration of the 378 and the penthouse is also appropriate, and that I find the style of the new building very appropriate, and while it acts as I think it does act appropriately as a backdrop, at the same time complements it, does not compete with the church, and I think the design works really very well and is interesting. My only original concern was the piece that was facing West End Avenue, and whether that wasn't in any way competing with the church, but I feel like the transparency of the upper floor and the setback and the terracing is actually working to not be too intrusive. But and it works with its own building. That's I feel very ultimately very comfortable with the project.
Okay, I just want to talk about a couple of things. I'm hearing all the comments, and one had to do with the 6/1 windows. I think while I've been here, the arguments that they've put forward are things that I think we've accepted. I think the idea of historic versus aesthetic, I believe the Commission has broad discretion to look at things as aesthetic as well as historic in making these determinations. So if the concern is that we're locked by something or by precedent or by something else, our own text, I think that's not the case. I think that we've heard the fact that there's a building, the same architect has designed another building which has used those kind of windows or that particular configuration, and we've accepted that and we've looked at it on a case-by-case basis. I think one of the things over here is that the idea, and it's true, it's remarkable that there's a group who actually wants to put multi-light windows when they don't have to, but I think for them, it perhaps speaks to the entire project and not just this window itself. And so I think the aesthetic, if you consider the aesthetics and you consider the fact that there are many buildings on the Upper West Side of similar age, style, form, that have multi-light windows, I think one can find their proposal of having 6/1 appropriate. So I don't know if that resonates with you, but I think that's the way I sort of see it. Just on the issue of the wall, the southern elevation, and what should that be? And is it the side or is it the front? I think the only thing I would say is that when a building has been designed with so much thought and care, sometimes you don't want to necessarily upset the apple cart and everything comes tumbling down. And so it's a perfect, in my opinion, a very near perfect sort of composition. But I obviously respect Commissioner's concerns about it. So I'm going to just ask them in terms of what would be the direction you'd want to give the applicants in terms, and Ivy, you talked about this, I think, particular form, the void versus the plane. And I guess my question is first, would you accept it? Would you be able to support this project as is, or would you like them to come back? And I know Michael's concerned as well.
I would support the project. I would want for that work to be considered, but I would support it as is, because I agree with you, there is tremendous value in the intentions and in the work and detail that's gone on and will continue to happen, so I would support it.
Okay. So I think in that case, we can move to decision. And John?
This will concern two docket numbers at the same time. Docket number 176917, which is 378 West End Avenue, in the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension, in which the application is to construct a rooftop addition, replace windows, create and fill in window openings, install a green wall, install a canopy, replace doors, and create sidewalk gardens. Also, docket number 17-6916, which is 260 West 78th Street in the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension, as to which the application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. I note that the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension Designation Report describes 260 West 78th Street as an institutional building constructed in 65 to 67 with an addition completed in 91, and that it's not one of the buildings for which the Historic District was designated. I also note that the style, scale, materials, and details of 378 West End Avenue are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. Further note that the West End Collegiate Church, 378 West End, and 260 West 78th are all under the same ownership, and this project includes plans to merge the lots of all three properties. With respect to the proposed work at 260 West 78th Street, I recommend approval, finding that the existing building is not one of the buildings for which the district was designated, and therefore its demolition will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the West End Collegiate Historic District. That the height and scale of the new building will be consistent with other buildings on the streetscape and within the historic district. That the West 78th Street elevation will align with the facade of the adjacent building, thereby reinforcing the street wall. That the primary facade is composed of architectural elements including punched window openings, brick spandrels, and decorative metalwork that are harmonious with materials, details, and articulation of other buildings in the streetscape. That the proposed design, featuring projecting open balconies and tiered setbacks at the courtyard elevation, will recall the design and characteristics of other large apartment buildings within the district that were built with street frontage, allowing multiple design facades. That the stepped massing at the courtyard elevation of the proposed building is a modern interpretation of the Dutch gable found on West End Collegiate Church and helps it relate to the design of the individual landmark and other buildings within the district. That the cascading massing that envelops the historic building will create a design relationship between the two buildings, thereby strengthening the reading of the historic and new building as an ensemble. That the window openings at the north elevation will align with the existing window openings at 378 West End Avenue. That the proposed materials, including brick, large metal windows, and decorative metal spandrels and railings, will relate well to the materials found on buildings on the street and in the historic district. That the proposed planting area along West End Avenue will not overwhelm the streetscape or detract from the architectural quality of the buildings. And that the design of the visible secondary east elevation will be subservient to the other two street-facing facades, featuring simple fenestration and minimal architectural details, and will be in keeping with typical visible secondary facades of apartment buildings within the district. With respect to the proposed work at 378 West End Avenue, I recommend approval as well, finding that the operation materials and details of the proposed windows will match those of the historic windows, that while the 6/1 configuration was not historically found on this building, it was commonly found on other buildings designed by the same architect and of the same style and age. That the proposed window enlargement and installation of doors will occur behind restored balconies and therefore will be minimally perceptible from the street. That the proposed basement windows to be infilled are only partially visible above the sidewalk and the proposed work is reversible. That while the proposed penthouses and railings are visible along West End Avenue and other side streets, they are typical of other rooftop accretions seen on apartment buildings within this historic district. That the materials of the proposed rooftop addition, featuring dark metal cladding and clear glazing, will be harmonious with the materials palette of the building and adjacent rooftop additions. That increasing the height of the southern parapet wall and matching the materials of the existing facade will not significantly alter the massing or character of the building and will help minimize the visibility of the addition. That the proposed installation of a green wall at the return of the south elevation will not damage or destroy any significant architectural features of the brick wall behind where it will be mounted. That the proposed metal work at the windows at the south elevation will be limited to the lower floors and also help create a relationship with the new proposed building as it abuts this elevation. That the proposed sidewalk garden featuring a limestone curb and low plantings will align with the stairway of the adjacent church. That the presence of a sidewalk canopy is a common feature at apartment buildings within this historic district, and its simple design will not call undue attention to itself or away from the special character of the building or the historic district. And that the proposed front doors featuring metal framing with decorative metal grills and a transom is in keeping with other designs of doors on buildings of this age, type, and style, and that the proposed grill work is based on historic images of the building.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Very, very much. That's going from